and use that door into the courtyard. Are we together? Did you get me? In the unlikely event of a fire, if you are a screamist, scream loudest, then you'll use that door. Please do not stay behind after screaming. Use that door. You'll go to the courtyard. There are fire marshals who will guide you. That's unlikely. But in the event of a very good time, please do not be afraid to clap. So clap once. Seriously. Clap once. Good. So that's what we'll encourage. It will be 1, 2, or 3 many times. Is that fine with everyone? Quick one. Kwa wale ambao wametoka Tanzania ama Mombasa, ningependa nirudie kwa Kiswahili. Kama pengine una simu na ungependa kuitumia, tutaomba uitumie pahali ambapo upo, usije huku mbele uweze kuzuia watu wetu ambao wanafanya kazi hiyo. Jambo la pili ni kama ungependa kutumia chumba cha kujisaidia, mlango ni ule. Kuna mashemasi ambao wamesimama upande huu na huu, wamevaa nguo nyeusi na mnavyoviona kuna vidude kwenye shingo. Hao mtaongea nao na watawasaidia pale. Jambo la tatu, tunaomba kama huenda kutakuwa na moto ambao hatujui na tunahakika kwamba kutakuwa na moto, wale ambao wanapenda kupiga nduru wapige nduru, kisha watumie mlango huu. Kuna watu ambao watawasaidia na watawaelekeza vizuri. Na jambo la mwisho, tutaomba kila rununu, yani simu ambayo ni ile ya mkono I know my Swahili. Woo. Yeah. So watumie hizo simu kwa kuiweka iwe kimya. Naam, yani silent. Unaifanya iwe kimya ama bzz. Nashukuru. Asanteni sana. So ladies and gentlemen, quick one. I'd like to invite you all for the national anthem. Please be up on your feet. Na waomba msimame nyote, tuanze na wimbo wa taifa. Na utafuatiliwa na East African anthem, kwa hivyo mtatulia vile tulivyotulia tangia mwanzo. National anthem.
Tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tujilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. You may have your seats. Asanteni sana. Fantastic. So I want us to start off with on a very big high, because I saw a fantastic lady, the lady who's seated on this row with a black dress and a pink. Yes, it was you. You really came early. Let's appreciate her for keeping time. And for keeping time, just for check one. Oh, good. Do I sound better? Can you all hear me? Ah, good. I can also hear myself. Well, that lady, can somebody please gift her for us, courtesy of our partners who are able to make eco-friendly products for us today. So I like her to go home, or rather start the morning, not go home, sorry, I'm not chasing you. I just meant to start your morning today. We have a fantastic, if not formidable, can we have it please? That wonderful, can I have it for her? I saw her coming in quite early. She came, booked her seat, wiped it, in fact, draped it. She was so early, and I think that's so fantastic. And I need to gift you. I need to gift you right now. Is that for me? Is that for us? You're doing a good job. Thank you, very dangerous. Thank you very much. Do you want to come for it? Let's appreciate her. She made it here in good time. She made it here in good time, and I hope you had breakfast. It was already paid for. You're not paying, okay? But please open so that we can see what you take home today. It's the first thing in the morning. There you go. Oh, I know, right? Now, post it and hashtag us, and then tell your friend who did not give you her bottle, you have your own. Fantastic. Who else did you spot who came in earlier at the same time? And please don't pick your friend. You mean Catherine from Baringo South? What? Baringo County. You came in with her. Where is Catherine? Where is Catherine? Catherine? Catherine, come. Another one for her. By the way, all these are eco-friendly gifts. It's okay, you can have your seat before it's taken away, you know. And oh, no, let me join you there. Let me join you there. Here you go. Thank you so very much. You also have the same. Congratulations for making it in time. Catherine, please spot for me somebody else. Just give me one of your favorite from the many. No biases. Go ahead. Where's your director? Mr. Ingwa. Director, come sir, please, Catherine, you can have your... One director, are you okay? You know you're a director, so you don't need bottles. I'm certain. Who told you director needs bottles? I'm just asking. Maybe you know these things are part of director's assignment. So do you need a bottle? I can also give you an eco bag. Come on, chairman. Here, this is yours. Thank you so very much. Thank you for creating time to be here. Asante sana. We really appreciate you. Bona director, excuse me, one more. I just need to give one more gift. Please tell me who, but not somebody from Baringo. Yes, please. Somebody else. Just pick somebody else. Yeah. If you did not see them, just do picky picky ponky. Whoever you like, that is the one I'll give. I promise you. Yeah. Okay. Who? Which one? The one in Masai Shuka or her? Are you relatives? No, I'm kidding. Okay, come get your gift. Come get your gift. Come get your gift. There we go. There we go. There we go. Here you go. This is a wonderful eco bag. I know it will serve you well. Yeah? You see? It's courtesy of Jacob's Ladder. And also, you can feel and touch the texture eco-friendly. Yeah. So can you try and put your... you even look different. Thank you so much for creating time to be here. So ladies and gentlemen, you can see on the screens, these are the makeup of part of the gifts that we're giving you today. Please, again, if you don't mind, you can put them up there. You can put them up there. Yes, there you go. Part of our supplies, you can see, check them out. You can scan the QR code so that you can get their products. And I promise you I'll be giving out more products. Still have more products, but for you to support this on this group initiative, we'll really appreciate if you do so. Please scan Pakelo Enterprises. We also have, please do go ahead and just scan the QR code. You can see what they have, the bamboo notebooks, tote bags like the one we have given out. We have jute bags, recycled Ankara, lanyards, table coasters, wow, and all that. This is Print Duka. Please go ahead and check them out. You can just scan their code immediately if you do not mind. Please do so. Keep on, are you scanning? I give you time. Now scan, scan, scan. Once you're done, I'll feel the vibe. Just scan, scan, get to interact with that. Good job, good job, good job, good job. All right? Fantastic. I still see the phones up, so I'm not going to stop you. Please go ahead, just scan. Scan. One final time. We just want one final time. The guys who are trying to check this out. There we go. All right. Fantastic. I don't mean to make fun of you, but if it's taking too long, it's time to upgrade. It's not the QR code. It's the processor of the gadget, not the possessor. Processor. It's working? Fantastic. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate if you scan these products, and get to buy and support these green jobs because they are eco-friendly, and all that we're going to be giving away today, again, we promise you they are all eco-friendly. So ladies and gentlemen, as you are coming in, I hope you are tagged. You are given a tag, either yellow, red, or pink, a tag with a toggle, like this one. Oh, by the way, let me just make this disclaimer. I am Luo, so English is my second language. So when words buzz, don't Google, just Google, work with me, okay? Just work with me, please. So did you have this? A red one, a yellow one? Were you given these? Fantastic. This gives you access. Now, then you are given something like this. Why are you given the Kenyan? Wonderful, wonderful. So I want us to create our own photo moment. If you have it on your right hand, left hand, please let me see up like that, like so, like so, like so, like so, like so. Fantastic, ladies and gentlemen. This is wonderful. This is wonderful. I'll be coming back in a short while to take you through the next part. But before long, allow me to invite on stage the first speaker of the day. And this is none other than Bismarck, all the way from Ghana, SOS International. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite my good brother. Let's appreciate him until he gets here.
Hello. Hello. Please give it up for Ghana once again. Your president and my president are very good friends, so I'm your friend. Good morning. The first word I learned today, can you see one very beautiful lady, is caribou. Did I pronounce it well? Caribou? Yeah, caribou is akwaba in Ghana, in the Twi language. And then from where I come from in Ghana, we say wezo. So can I hear wezo? Ah, there's one of us here. Wezo lo. Ah, good. I'm not alone, actually. Great. We're going to have a very beautiful discussion. My name is Bismarck. I work with SOS International and also with the All Africa Student Union. This session is a youth session. We're going to have a very beautiful discussion about green skills for the youth. And I'm very grateful to the organizers for making the youth session the first session for today, because the future and now belongs to us. Raise your hand if you're a youth. Please raise your hand if you're a youth. By what definition? I mean, everyone here is a youth, I guess. Raise your hand if you are youthful at heart. Are you youthful at heart? Raise your hand. Great, yeah. So by definition, all of us here are youth, and so please engage with me on this very important session. This session aims to achieve 3 key objectives. One is to explore how youth define and understand green skills and green jobs around the world. The second is to develop a shared definition and understanding of green skills and jobs through the adoption of a youth definition. That's why I want all of us to be youth today. And the third is to empower and support young people to advocate for green jobs. Now I would like us to, I guess everyone here has a smartphone. Kindly raise your smartphone, let me see. Very beautiful ones. Great. And you have a QR code scanner. Kindly activate your scanner. And then we'll go through a very beautiful exercise very soon. But keep that, and I'll join you on that one soon. Let me introduce you to the Green Jobs Youth part. Today we are learning, and then there'll be a beautiful session. Now, this is a collaboration between International Labour Organization, the UNEP, and United Nations Children Education Fund. They are championing 3 key E's. Are we good? Yes. So the 1-to-1 champion green employment and entrepreneurship, greening education and skills, and green empowerment and youth engagement. The key outcomes and the target they want to hit is develop 1 million new green jobs. Please clap for them. They also want to transform 1 million existing roles into green roles, and then they want to support 10,000 young green entrepreneurs in starting their businesses. I think that's quite an ambitious target for the world we are in today. Before I go on with the QR code, I would like to invite my two panelists today, Sumaya and Jeremy. Please join me here. Please clap for them as they walk here. Get seated. I want you to scan this code. I'm introduced to a very beautiful new tech. I'm sure most of you are already aware of Slido. But if you are not, today you get to take Slido as a new learning. Scan this code. You got it? Hello, great. What do you see? Great. Can you tell me what you see? Do you see how do you define green skills? Do you see that? So in your mind and from your perspective, how do you define green skills? Kindly type in what you think about it, and we'll see it display on the screen for all of us to enjoy. Share your perspective on what you think green skills are. Someone says jobs that are environmentally friendly. Mm-hmm. Then how do you define green jobs? Are we typing? Type and send, and then your answers will be shown on the screen. Someone wants to speak? That's not popping up. There's only one answer, so that's far. Have you sent in your answers? Have you? Well, thank you very much for your very beautiful answers. Green jobs are jobs that obviously preserve the environment. But to shed more light on that, I want to invite my brother Jeremy and Sumaya to introduce themselves, and it will be taking us through a very quick plenary session.
Good morning. My name is Kaburu Jeremy Monene. My background is in environmental studies. I work for the Kenya private sector as a researcher in the circular economy space.
Sumaya?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sumaya Abdikadir. I'm a very passionate young person when it comes to climate advocacy, and I'm excited to be part of the panel.
Thank you very much, Sumaya and Jeremy. Now, Sumaya and Jeremy are going to help us understand what just transition is. I'm sure most of us are very familiar with the term, but today we want to have that from the perspective of the youth. And then the last question that will be asked them will be shared with the audience for you also to make your input. The idea is that they share their thoughts and you also share their thoughts. It's going to be a very discussive session. Sumaya, you mind sharing with the audience what just transition is?
According to my understanding of just transition, this is whereby it is an all-inclusive from the formal sector to the informal sector, from the people who are in the law economy to the governments, the parastatals, and everybody who are included to actually, to a zero net and sustainable economic societies in the world, whereby we are able to achieve the different sustainable goals that we want to achieve by 2030. Just transition also enables governments to have a dialogue on the needs they're facing in their countries, what's the way forward, and how to have a climate sustainable countries, and this helps them achieve their climate commitments by 2030. Yes.
Thank you very much. Jeremy, you want to share your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so if you view it holistically, it actually aims at creating the balance between environmental conservation, the economic revolution of our communities, but also strengthening our social dimensions. But more to that is that there is the aspect of collaborations between stakeholders, governments, and the private sector, so that they can share roles to make the transition more fast. But beyond that, there is also the aspect of an enabling policy environment, where the policies have to work so that we can create jobs, we can implement projects that make an economic sense to us, but also a policy environment that enables repackaging of information to people so that they understand the underlying concepts of just transition and their role as well in strengthening the national efforts.
Very interesting is your perspective on just transition being a collaboration between the private sector, government, and the public sector. I would like to know from your perspective, do you think just transition has anything to do with green skills and green jobs?
Yeah, actually, when you view the just transition from the point of green jobs and green skills, it's a sequential pathway underpinned by green skills, because it's from the green skills that will help us to transit to a sustainable development or a just transition. Because when you look, for example, the aspects of technical skills amongst our learners or amongst the public, issues to do with developing, like, for example, telematics for the e-mobility, issues of circularity, waste management. So it's from the technical skills that will drive the jobs that will help us to embrace best practices. But as we speak about the skills, there is the communication skill that is mainly overlooked. How do we repackage this information so that even, because there are people in the informal sector who are involved in jobs that really strengthen our transition to a more sustainable way of living. But how do we repackage this information so that they understand how to broaden their operations? Yeah.
And maybe to you and then also to the audience, if you're on your Slido, I've already moved to the last question, and which is, why do you think we need to see more young people shaping the understanding of green skills and green jobs? Maybe take, Jeremy, you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Youths have a role to play in the just transition. One is the benefit that we are going to get from there is addressing inequalities in our societies, because we have excluded groups in our societies like the informal sector. We have the youths and women who have not been too much engaged in the community development. So the creation of more jobs present an opportunity for this group to come on board and participate in the economic revolution of our societies. But beyond that, we are in the phase where we are facing the challenges of climate variability. And I think as a youth, we must be committed to create ideal living spaces for us and also for the present generation. But there is also the opportunity of broadening our employment opportunities. Because, for example, when you look over there, there is the MC2 Intelligence app. So it's an opportunity for the youth to be innovative, to help either the private sector or the government to make their work easier. For example, the people there are tracking the forest conservation using AI. So it creates jobs for our youth and other groups that have been excluded in our community.
Yes, Somaya, maybe want to share your thought on the same thing. Why do you think young people should be more involved in shaping the understanding of green skills and green jobs?
Young people should actually be involved in the shaping of the whole green skills and green jobs because we are the future of tomorrow, and we have to be nurtured from today. We have to be nurtured. Actually, 50% of the population in the world consists of individuals who are 30 years and below. And as the current rate in the world, there is a lot of unemployability with the young people. Most of them are actually either unemployed, they're not into vocational training and all that. So green skills would actually enable them have skills that they can actually transition from school to employability. And when we are included in the whole decision-making process, it actually makes it easy because you get to understand what is our needs and how can we solve it, even for the future employers. And it also creates a society that has social justice, economic equality between every people, those who are marginalized and those who are not marginalized, yes.
Thank you very much, Somaya and Jeremy. I see that there have been a lot of answers provided by our beautiful audience. Who in the audience said the future belongs to them? Thank you very much, sir. Someone said young people are the future generation. Show by hand. If you're even two people, show by. Beautiful. Thank you, sister. Sustainability into the future. Someone says their numerical strength and their innovative ability are needed. Oh, and it went away. To reduce the environmental impact of enterprise and economic sector. Oh, I got this again. Their numerical strength and their innovative ability are needed for sustainable development. Who says that? You want to share more light on that? Nope. Who wants to speak? I give the opportunity to one person to speak from the audience. Why do you think young people should be more involved in shaping the understanding of green skills and green jobs? Just one opportunity. Who wants to grab it? Yes. Maybe you prepare a package for this lady for me.
Okay, my name is Francisca. I feel that young people should be given an opportunity because we're not just the future, but we are the leaders of today. As you can see, as much as there's a certain age that defines who youth is, we're already leading in different places, and we're already mentoring others to be innovative. And as we see others being innovative, we know that we are getting better at taking care of our environment, and specifically focusing on green skills means a better world for us and a better world for the future, for the youth who are coming. So we're just leading the way with the help of those ahead of us to prepare for those coming after us. And as we can see, we're already experiencing the different effects of climate change, and it's a call to action for each one of us in our different ways to really invest in green skills in our different ways. And for all the youths who are really feeling like we're lacking an opportunity, we are. Like this right here, this platform is an opportunity to network and to be mentored by getting a mentor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your name once again?
Francisca Kasuku.
Abel, would you get your team to prepare a package for Francisca for me? Yes. I get this to inspire someone else to also speak, and so they go for the next session quickly. Who wants a package? You want a package? Francisca. Oh, the ladies, once again. One last one.
Good morning. My name is Anne, and you asked about why young people should be included. I'd want to say this gives an opportunity to young people to be innovative and creative in creating solutions. I've been in so many platforms that talks about energy, and many young people are interested in finding ways to make sure there's sustainable energy in different platforms. And also, by including young people, it gives them a sense of being they're included in decisions that's going to affect them worldwide. That's it.
Thank you very much. Her package? Good. No, when your package is coming. It's in a plane. She got two? There she is, behind you. Yes, please clap for them. Clap for them. Yeah, so these are the very incisive questions we wanted from our panel members. My panel member, Sumaya, will take us through a call to action. Sumaya.
I'd actually take you guys through the next step, which is the call of action. This is what do we want to be achieved at the end of all this. And I would like it to be as interactive as it can get. And I would... Okay, I would ask the first question, which is, what are the top 3 things would you want this stakeholder to do to support young people in developing green skills and accessing green jobs? I'd actually give you guys 2 minutes so that you can discuss with your neighbor what you think, what are your thoughts. Then I can choose randomly, or volunteers can decide to give me their thoughts. What do you think the stakeholders should do to support young people in developing green skills and accessing green jobs? So you guys are free to talk. Get to know your neighbor as you're discussing.
You can choose any of those 3 and discuss it.
Okay, the 2 minutes is done. I believe you've all discussed with your neighbors, and I love the hands, continue waving. You're so many, but I'm only going to take 3 responses from every corner. So I'll start with this corner. I would start with the ladies because I'm a woman. So I'll start with the lady at the back.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Latifa Ongoi, and I'll be very quick. My first point will be, I think stakeholders need to create awareness on what these green skills are to everyone. And the next thing they can do is resource them and create plans for young people to practice after they have been capacity strengthened, and also earn from them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would choose the guy in brown. You.
Yeah, morning everyone. I think, first of all, it's the issue of youth inclusions. So I think it's very important that we get to listen to the ideas of the young people, because young people are very innovative. And not just to listen to the ideas, but also include them in policy making and decision making, so that now we get to even implement those ideas. I think if we do that, itakuwa fiti sana. Thank you.
Okay, the hands are so many, so I would take the last 2. No, this guy, the gentleman at the front.
Yeah, hello, my name is Eno Kideka. Yeah, the question is the 3 things. Being an idea creek or an IC, I normally see these things that make me not be there. First we need, I will summarize them, IMF. I for incubation, M for mentorship, then F for financing. These are 3 key pillars that deter youth to be where they need. We have all the solutions, money, and then guidance and nurturing. Thank you.
Okay, the last 2, the guy in red, and I want a lady now. Okay, this.
Hello. My name is David. I'm looking at the youths are very innovative, but policies are also blocking their ways in terms of success. And when I look at policies, I'm looking at the documents that are required at times to even start or running their businesses. They might have very good ideas, but in terms of licenses, regulations are too much for them, making them afraid of doing work. So if this can be made easier for them, they can always find opportunities, as well as networking and linkages, because at times the youth bring in the idea to either government or other people, but what they do, instead of supporting them, they take the ideas and use them. So we'll always when their ideas are promoted, then they can feel better.
The last one, it's the lady at the front.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia, and I'll speak of 3 points. Maybe I could repeat, but it's a resource mobilization for the youth. Youths are out there with so many ideas, so many initiatives, but the support of financially is what is lacking. And then number 2, mentorship. Mentorship, with that I mean youth taking part in decision-making tables, not necessarily for anything, but also to be mentored to take over after our seniors, because you said the future is for the youth, and actually the present is also for the youth. So if they're being mentored, then later you can take over after our seniors. And then number 3 is capacity build. Many youths are taking all these, the green jobs and skills currently, but most of them, they actually have different careers and professions. but if they're being capacity built to take over this, because these are contemporary issues and needs capacity building for the youth, and I think we're going to achieve everything that we need with the three things: mentorship, reskill, and resource mobilization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. I can't take all your responses. You can respond on Slido, but the three things that have been coming up, it's mentorship, resource mobilization, and capacity building for the youth. So the next part of the session, we are going to join Slido.
Hello? Yes. What we just did is the second of 5 workshops that we'll be having. The first one happened in Netherlands. This is the second one. And then there'll be others happening across the world. After this session, we are going to have a youth definition, and then we will launch a global survey. So feel free to input your email addresses. All your answers that you provided will be quoted in there. We are able to put your names there if you want us to, so you can add your email address and your names on the Slido at the very last one. And then while the report is out, we are going to launch it for everyone across the world. Once we have your email address, we'll email those reports to you as well. So thank you very much for being part of this session, and we're very glad you are. Thank you very much.
You guys can do better. It's still very early in the morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's appreciate them even more louder. Well, I believe it's cold, but then we can do a better job. Let's appreciate them, please, one more time. Hi. Guys, it's not fair. Being up here with all those butterflies, appreciate them one more time. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I really appreciate this. Okay, cool. I'm going to try so that we do something different. This is not fair. These guys have taken a good time to share with us their knowledge and expertise, and you've also participated. If you are not given anything, don't worry. We're still here. We'll make sure that you get something. So I'm going to try and make us clap even harder. Is that okay? With your permission, please. So I request that you put that phone away for a minute. Just put the phone away for a minute. Check. All right. So the phone is away. So I'm going to take you through a horse ride, and you have to participate so that we clap louder. Is that okay? Fantastic. So with or without your permission, you'll work with me. Let's go. So we're going to tap. Is that okay? Is that fine? Okay, this is a horse ride. Let's go. That's a horse ride. Keep on. That's a horse ride. Let's go. Faster. Good. Now that you've catched that, I'm going to tell you what to do next and next and next. Okay? Is that okay? So this participation will make you also talk even if you don't want to talk, so that you do not, the other person. You get what I'm saying? Why are you laughing? It's a serious matter. Okay, horse ride, guys. Let's go. So when I say wall, you go, oh, okay? Wall. Good job. Horse. Wall. Good. Wall. Let's go. Wall. Horse ride. Fantastic. And then you say, when are we together? Let's go. When you see a good thing, you say, wow. And they say, wow. Okay. Let's go. Horse ride. Wall. Something beautiful. Clap for yourselves. You're wonderful students. Horse ride. Let's go. We're keeping it warm. Wall. Something beautiful. And then we see a water pool. Say chublu. Water pool. Horse ride. Wall. Let's go. Wall. Horse ride. Something beautiful. Horse ride. Water. Let's go. Then you see a young man. Then you see a young, strong man. Ready. Very ready for green jobs. You say, okay, let's go. Young man. No, you have to buff it. Let's go. Young man. Horse ride. Wall. Water pool. Horse. Young man. Then you see a beautiful girl. A young, youthful girl. You say, let's go. Beautiful girl. Oh, yes. Keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. Then you see an old man. And you say, old man. You get the instruction. Old man. Young man. Who's chubluing a young man? Young man don't chublu. Young man don't chublu. Young man say, okay? Horse ride, guys. Get the instruction. Warning. There is no old lady. Just a lady. Let's go. Horse ride, horse ride. Horse ride. Horse ride. Wall. Wall. Horse ride. Water. Let's go. Young man. Go. Old man. Let's go. When you see a lady, it's just two beautiful kisses. Mwah, mwah. Let's go. Then you see a lady. You guys appreciate yourselves. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Again, if you're just joining us, we do have ushers. We have ushers, the ladies in black and green scarves, and the gentlemen with green ties, and they also have lanyards which are orange. Please ask them for anything. We have different water points, or rather hydration points. That's the, okay. They'll show you where to go, and in case you might want to use the washrooms, you'll have to use that door, but again, the wonderful ladies and gentlemen will guide you through it. If you're again just joining us, we'd like just to remind you that your phones should be, if you do not mind, on silent or bzz, so that you do not interrupt the next section. Are we good? So far, so good, right? So far, so good. Please keep reminding yourself that I'll be coming back with the horse ride, and do not forget the instructions. For if you do the instructions well, you might just walk away with our very, very many giveaways. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to do something very simple. As you are coming in, you are given a tag, right? Again, if you don't know, this is the inaugural national workshop for green jobs and skill development. So yeah, you are still there. You're in the right place. So as you're walking in, you are given a tag, which one some people have red and green, right? And then you're also given this one, the beaded one. No, with the Kenyan flag. You are not given. I'm offended on your behalf. Give me a bag. Give me a bag. Give me a bag. Give me a bag. Give me a tote bag. Give me a tote bag. On behalf of our team at the entrance, I want to apologize and get you a tote bag courtesy. Yes, there you go. Yeah, we will. I've apologized. Don't be hurt. Okay. Can we get a flag? She's not okay. She doesn't have a flag. I care. All right. So are you given this? It's beaded. It looks like this. You're not given. You're also not given. You're also not given. Guys, you used the wrong gate. You're in the wrong event. Which gate did you come in? Security? Suppliers? I'm concerned. Where did you get that one? Is it written green? Is it ours? Is this not for an event for the weekend? Oh yeah, I see the toggle. Now, why would you like me to apologize to you? You want something. You want something. I know you want something. Let's postpone to me gifting you. But anyway, for now, just to make sure that, how many of us have this green tag? I mean, not the green tag, the beaded one, the beaded bracelet. Yeah, there we go. The Kenyan one. Oh, wow, good. So let me see them up like so. This is not we shall overcome, don't be afraid. So let me see them like so. Okay. You're not freedom fighting. So let's have the hand like so. Sorry, let's just open the palm. So you have it on that hand. Enrique, are you ready? Enrique, are you ready for me? So the idea is, this is the national workshop. That's why it being the inaugural. It's okay. Let's let it roll, Enrique. Let it roll. Let's just let it go, Enrique. So you're going to have that. Let's put it up like so. Like so. Give me volume. Like so. So when I see you wave with that tag so that I can get the photo. With that with that one. Let me see that. Good job. I just wanted to see that. This is not mine. I want to see mine. This is ours. Thank you. Keep on waving, ladies and gentlemen. Keep on waving. I want to see. That is not mine. You got the instruction. Here you go. Fantastic. Give me another one. I want to make sure that somebody walks up. Yeah. You follow me now. You see? She's doing with the right hand. Give her. Let's go. One more. You come like this, like that. Good job. Take her back. Courtesy of Jacob's ladder. I want to see the top. You man, you're doing well. Let me see. Pull up. Thank you, DJ Enrique. Hello, sir. I don't mean to embarrass you, but I saw you waving. Then the phone discombobulated you. Did I say this? You didn't hear that word, but you're wearing a green tie. So I thought it's wise to give you this. Yes, it's eco-friendly. So you'll carry your books inside so that you don't sweep like. Keep on going, DJ. I just want to go, but you're looking good. Now you are super eco-friendly. Good job. Now, this is a simple exercise. Both hands, put them up. It's not yoga, it's not gym. Work with me. 1, 2, 3, let's go. Let me see. I want to unpack for this lady right here. She's trying to be poised, but I know she needs a bag. This is for you. Yes. Just for being in. You're taking instruction well. One last one. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You're doing a good job. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate yourself. Let me see you clap. Fantastic. So, wow. Oh yeah, you remained alone, just doing like this, like that. Oh yeah. Okay, give me even a spoon. I'll give her something eco-friendly, toothpick, something. Just give her something. We don't have something. No, I have something for you. Finishing last is not bad. You did well. You have struggled. You have wanted. And who are we? We are nice people. We notice people. Thank you for being the last one to put your hand up. Thank you so much. Let's appreciate her. Ladies and gentlemen, again, every giveaway today is eco-friendly. Very eco-friendly. And I just want us, if you don't mind, Richie, you can assist me there. We need to just acknowledge the people who have made all this, the people who have made them for us, so that we could give these wonderful giveaways to everyone. Kindly. So that yep. There we go. You can scan these QR codes so that you could, notebooks and lanyards, they're made of bamboo and such like materials. So ladies and gentlemen, again, we'll invite you to scan the codes from Pink Print Duka, and you get to see what they've done. Kindly. I think the lady right there, we gave you a mug courtesy of Hard Tech Limited. We gave you a mug courtesy of Hard Tech Limited. And also, when we started, we had some water bottles which were given away. There's a lady who came, I think it's a very beautiful bottle, which was courtesy of Breakout Enterprise. We also have thermal mug and canvas bags that you are all having there, courtesy of Concilium Group and Allied Enterprise. So they are all eco-friendly, pushing this Green Jobs Initiative. And today, again, this is the inaugural National Green Jobs and Skill Development Workshop. So just in case for the people who came in through another gate, which is not the other gate, I'm certain now you know you're in the right event. I saw the tags. No cameras on you, sir, don't worry. No cameras on you, they will not know. Just tick it on your day job that it's done today. There we go. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, I'd like to invite on stage my co-host for the day, the chief moderator for the day. Please put your hands together as invite on stage Yvonne Maingi, Dr. Yvonne Maingi Muriuki. Please, let's appreciate Daktari as she comes on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I feel like Abel has really excited us enough, so we should be good and ready to go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne. I'm so excited to be here. This is the first of its kind. There's never been an event like this in Kenya before, so you must all be very excited to be part of the first of its kind, right? Are we all trailblazers? Are we all pioneers? You're not sounding like you are. Are we all trailblazers? Are we all pioneers? Good, that's what I like to hear. Very excited to be here to spend the morning with you. We are running slightly behind on our program and we apologize, but we're trying to catch up. And I do want us to start off this morning with a bit of entertainment, and I understand that we have some dancers who are coming on stage to provide us with a little bit of excitement. As we wait for our chief guests to come in and officially welcome us to the beginning of today's session. Just to walk us quickly through the program, because I know there have been some questions around this. We have a lot of very interesting conversations that are going to be happening on this stage today. You have your cabinet secretaries, your principal secretaries of various ministries, from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Climate and Environment, to the Ministry of Labor, who are all going to be coming today to speak to us, to share with us their reflections and thoughts on how we can grow the green jobs industry in Kenya, which is exciting, you know, to hear from our leaders this morning. But also, we are going to be hearing from Jacob's Ladder themselves. They have some interesting research that they've been conducting over the past year, and they're going to be sharing with us the outputs of this research. And part of that, we have some interesting documentaries, videos, everything that we're going to be throwing your way this morning. So I do ask that you just bear with us slightly as we run, you know, just a couple of minutes behind our schedule. But we're all a patient bunch of people, aren't we? We're all a patient bunch of people, aren't we? Sounding a little less enthused about that, but Abel and I will do our very best to try and keep us moving along and to catch up with what we need to do for the morning, okay? So on that note, I'm very happy to welcome our entertainment who will take us through the next session.
jikele mawe ni jiae. Ya mgambo, jua pema kuna jambo. Ugonjwa ulimo, chomo, namo, lakini bado twalalayo.
Mbuzi itakuwa bale, babu anakuja nayo.
Nini wangu msipo basi mbuzi kaifunga huku, we ngoja babu aje.
Kwanza mbuzi ni wangu.
Na ikibidi sana ujue mbuzi ni wangu.
Kwani babu akifa atarithi nani?
Babu wafingo.
Yaani wajukuu zangu waniua kabla siku zangu.
Sio mimi babu, huyu ndiye alisema.
Alisemaje?
Wewe ukifa yeye atarithi.
Sasa mtajuaje nani mkweli?
Mimi hapa hakumba, mimi hapa.
Na kweli mmekuwa bata tumeongeza. Mimi hapa nina swali.
Uliza babu.
Kumbe bado pia ni ugonjwa gani unaoangamiza mtu kwa haraka? Na je, niulize ni ugonjwa gani hauna tiba kote duniani?
Babu ni ukimwi.
Ni nani anaoeneza ukimwi?
Wanaume babu.
Babu ni wanawake, sababu ndio makahaba.
Hapana babu, wanaume ndio nunuzi tena wabakaji.
Mnunuzi si mbakaji, bali mbakaji ni mnunuzi.
Ya nini tubishane, kuleteana lawama kutekeleza, ama maneno ya bishane, kijinsia shirikiane, pamoja tuandamani, tabia njema tushikane. Swali jawabu ni letu, shauri liko kwetu, ujana tumewacha kutu, ndio tukutu, tujifahadi wenzetu, hamna dawa ya kutu, ni vyema tuwajibike tu.
Tazama vumbi.
Boss, nimepanguza. Hata ukiangalia huku juu na huku mwingine.
Na hili vumbi limetoka wapi?
Kokotea to pesa ukichuni.
Eti mnasema nini?
Nilikuwa nasema huu ni msimu wa vumbi. Mvua ya ghafla tarajiwa.
Shughulika na kazi yako.
Morore,
eti unanung'unika kitu gani?
Nilikuwa nasema Mungu akujalie zaidi.
Dua nzuri sana. Haya upesi, toka nje, naje mwingine.
Habari yako boss?
Nzuri sana mrembo. Mbona umeraukia?
Nilisikia kwa redio kwamba kuna ajira.
Hata nilikuwa nimesahau. Tuseme mrembo kama wewe, kipusa aliyelembeka ajabu. Yaani uko na shida ya kazi?
Ndio, na ningeomba unisaidie.
Wakoza tafadhali.
Sawa. Wingi uko ndani na mwamuru kwa ajili.
Habari yako boss?
Habari nzuri. Nikusaidie na?
Nahitaji kuajiriwa.
Na je, uko na miaka mingapi?
35 boss.
Uko na familia yako?
Ndio, niko na bwana na watoto 3.
Hakuna kazi, pitia siku nyingine.
But boss, I have my qualification papers.
Too good to have the papers, but too old to have the rumpers. Mwingine tafadhali.
Kuna bosi mmoja nimekutana naye hapo nje.
Asalale, wafanyakazi.
Ndio mheshimiwa.
Ni ndio wenye kuajiri watu katika kampuni langu.
Miaka nenda, miaka rudi. Ni wewe tu, hakuna mwingine.
Usiniahidi kwamba utamwamuru aniajiri.
Eti kuahidi mama.
Haya, watu nje na waje wengine.
Wao nje.
Hi boss.
Hi ladies. How is you?
I'm fine, thank you boss.
Okay, niwasaidie na.
Nahitaji kuajiriwa.
Na je, mko na miaka mingapi?
19 boss.
Mkiniita boss. Mnanishtua. Na je, mko na bwana au kijishetani kijana?
Kijishetani?
Do you have a boyfriend?
Natumai boss. Haya maswali ni mojawapo katika majaribio ya kazi.
Exactly. Not just majaribio, but call it the interview. Then we shall do the interview.
Hiyo ndio nini boss?
Haya Janice, na je, uko na mtoto?
Sijabahatika na yoyote boss.
Wisha. Nilijua mtapita mtihani.
Mtihani wa kazi?
Ndio.
Kazi itaanza lini boss?
Aha! Bado the interview.
Hiyo ndio nini? Ama ni ya vipi? Ama inamaanisha nini boss?
Shaba, swali nzuri sana. The interview is the interview and win the enter.
Japokuwa yanatisha, ndiyo njia tupendayo. Wengi wetu tutapitisha, tuyarithi za unyoe. Mangapi yanabashasha, sababu yale tutafanyayo.
Au kusazwa,
au kukumbazwa.
Ni lini tutajuzwa?
Au kukatazwa, au kunyamazwa.
makinika, faidika, aminika. Hawa Kibera, shairi likidiririka, tena likitamatika. Afya yangu, wajibu wangu, alamsiki.
Wow. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, was that not incredible? I think my favorite moment was when I saw some of our chief guests in the front shaking and going all the way down. I didn't know that they had it in them, so I was very impressed to see that. Well done, well done. Good morning, everybody, once again. I think we're all enthused and ready to get our morning started on a high note, correct? Yes? We're all ready to get going. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is the inaugural, this is the first of its kind, National Green Jobs and Skills Development Workshop. Karibuni sana, my name is Yvonne. I will be taking you through the discussions this morning. Very excited. I believe I'm also a person who has a green job. So for me, this is very exciting to be standing here today as we get into a conversation that is arguably one of the most important for this country as we move forward. Do we agree with that? Yeah? Okay. Very excited. Karibuni tena. I know that you've received all the housekeeping that was needed to be given in the beginning, and I think we're ready to get started with the rest of our program. So on that note, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome Dr. Rose Mwebaza. She is the UNEP Africa Office Regional Director, and I'm sure all of you are well aware and you know that UNEP in Africa is one of the most great opportunities that we have to interact with an international organization. They give us training, they give us opportunities. So very excited to hear from you. Daktari, karibu.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you noticed, I couldn't wait to get up here because for me and the many colleagues who've been working on this process, together with our host government, this is very important and monumental, and we are absolutely, and they made a bold call to transform the global financial architecture. Now you're all going to look at me, do with jobs and youth and green jobs. And I'll tell you why. They identified several priorities, and one of those priorities was youth. The others included digitalization, natural capital, infrastructure deficits, energy, debt distress, food crisis, and climate change. So it is not therefore surprising that we are here this morning, because indeed young people in this country and on this continent are a priority for everybody. And they are a priority for everybody because, ladies and gentlemen, as you would know, Africa is the youngest population in the world. 60% of all our people on this continent are young people under the age of 25. So people my age, we are the minority on this continent. Kenya alone, we are told that approximately 75% of its population are between the age of 18 and 35. Now, I come from Uganda, not very far from here. I think in Uganda it's just about the same number, and this is repeated across the continent. Interestingly and worthy of note is that Africa is the only continent in the world where we are going to continue to see a youth bulge for the foreseeable future. Now, that is important. Why? Because depending on how we handle this youth bulge, we have the greatest opportunity and resource the world has ever seen to transform this continent. Or, and this is a thought we don't want to have, we have a crisis on our hands. What are we going to do with all these young, brilliant, aspirational people who are looking to us for a future? So it is a very important conversation we are having here today when we talk about new green skills and skills for the young population in Africa. Now, to help us get this transition of getting our people green jobs, green skilling and reskilling, we have developed within the UN what we call the Green Jobs Youth Pact. We always work under the one UN. So our head in this country is the resident coordinator, Stephen Jackson. He's sitting here. He leads our work in this country. And it's a collaborative effort between 3 UN agencies in this country: the International Labour Organization, ILO, as we call it, the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Environment Program, where I am the director for Africa. And together, we are working on this legacy initiative, which actually is an outcome of Stockholm Plus 50 from June 2022. And out of Stockholm Plus 50, when we were in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt at COP27, we launched this pact. Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, we think of it as, and talk of it as an African COP. The pact is co-designed and implemented with a youth advisory group. It's composed of young experts from various sectors and geographies, and it's not by accident. After all, we really live in a young people's world these days. And just this morning, for those of you who were here, you would have seen this youth advisory group facilitate a 1-hour discussion on green skills and for young people. And this is going to be an integral part of the outcome of this workshop today. Under this pact, which I've talked about, we are going to focus on accelerating, and I like the word acceleration. I was talking to my colleagues in the UN. For me, it speaks of motion, it speaks of urgency. Accelerating the creation and the skills of more green and decent jobs for youth. Decent is really very important to me. I am a mother of youthful young adults. It is important they not only have jobs, but decent jobs they do with dignity and that add value to our lives in our countries. In doing that, we are going to focus on 3 tracks. 1, we are going to focus on creating employment and entrepreneurship. And this is where we are literally going to create new green jobs and green existing jobs. The 2nd track is going to focus on education and green skills. And here, we are going to focus on upskilling. There are a lot of young people who are skilled, but we want to upskill them so that they obtain the relevant green skills that enable them to engage in this new green economy. And the 3rd track is going to focus on empowerment and youth engagement, giving voice to the young people and the agencies so that they are able to speak for themselves and the future they want in the Africa that they live in. So it's going to focus on raising awareness among the youth and empowering them. But this is not something we are doing just in Kenya. After all, we are the United Nations. We are doing it around the world in all 5 regions. But we are proudly Kenyan because it is the only country that hosts a global headquarters in the world, in the global south. And so we almost never do anything without doing it. Here, Kenya is our permanent champion, and therefore it's the first country we are doing this in. But we'll be doing it in Senegal and Mozambique and several other parts of the world. And basically, we are very lucky in many ways that we are in Kenya because we believe that Kenya is blessed in spite of the challenges we've witnessed in the last few days. In fact, we believe that this is a blessed country, blessed with abundance of sectors that have a great potential for green job creation. And there are so many, I'll just name a few. Renewable energy, especially wind and solar. Yes, it does shine, and in spite of the rains we've experienced, you know that. Transport, we are looking at low-emission mobility, e-vehicles, non-motorized transport. The options are limitless. Waste management. Nairobi, like all growing urban cities in Africa, have a challenge with waste management, but it's also an opportunity. Construction, everywhere you look, in Nairobi, like most cities in Africa, there's a new building coming up, a new construction. It's an opportunity. Sustainable fashion, your young people, your fashionistas, your fashion conscious. That is an opportunity for you to think sustainably and create green jobs around that. I could go on with the many opportunities that exist in this country. And these are not just hearsay or assumptions we are making. I'll give you an example. For example, we know that by 2040, it is estimated that a new plastics global economy could create around 700,000 jobs. I'm talking about plastics because, only last week, for the last 2 weeks, the global community was meeting in Ottawa to discuss a new international treaty on plastics. Plastics is a challenge, but in fact, it's a great opportunity for a new economy that can create green jobs for our people. We also know that 20 million jobs could be created globally by investing in policies that support nature-based solutions. And you're thinking, what kind of solutions are those? But those are solutions that would allow us to deal with the challenges of climate change. Climate change, a combination of climate change and El Nino brings the kind of extreme weather, really wild weather we are experiencing. And there are solutions to that that would help us to deal with disaster, but also food and water insecurity. We are going to get out of this, and then we are going to have a food problem because our farmlands have been washed away. So for the government of Kenya, which has been a champion of this pact and provided leadership on green jobs, we are very pleased to be working with them. This leadership is coming at the highest level. It's an interministerial coordination framework. And as I said, we are lucky to work in this country because Kenya already has over 20 action plans, strategies, policies, and frameworks to support the transition to circular or green economies, to create sustainable entrepreneurial opportunities for young people, to access climate finance, to support the energy transition, to enable climate-smart agriculture, and a whole host of things that can be done within the auspices of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, brilliant agenda in this country. And so, to start off by humbly, really, by thanking the government of Kenya for clearly demonstrating its commitment and leadership for creating green jobs for young people in this country. And so even as we come on this partnership, we come well aware that the government is leading from the front, and what we are proposing to deliver with your partnership is implementation and coordination, actually create those jobs out of the frameworks that the government has created in a coordinated manner. So for us, this workshop is a labor of love. A lot has been going on to bring all of you here. This didn't just happen spontaneously. And in this pact, we've been working with the government of Kenya, but most importantly, with our wonderful, brilliant young leaders of Jacob's Ladder Africa, and of course, several other organizations. To get to this point, we've held 15 virtual and 10 in-person consultations with a total of over 700 people in this country on skilling. We've talked about sustainable entrepreneurship. What would that look like? What does it mean for this country? Financing, where's the money going to come to? That's where the rubber meets the road. And then youth engagement. And these meetings have included courtesy calls on heads of state departments, consultations with youth, as well as with youth directors from all 47 counties of this country. So we have traversed this beautiful country. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a commendable beginning. You would say you've been busy, but it's actually the beginning for us, the beginning of a long journey and commitment we have for the youth of this country and the government of Kenya. And what we are looking for is nothing less of transformation. And so what we are requesting of everybody who is joining us on this journey as we accompany the government of Kenya on its vision is we'll work together on a transformational commitment in skilling, financing, and entrepreneurial support for the young people of this country. Now, we at UNEP, I will speak for the organization that I represent here, and with the Green Jobs Pact, we are committed to leading the charge in implementing the commitments that come from the work we are doing collaboratively. And as a direct follow-up of this work and from this meeting, I commit on behalf of my colleagues that are here that one, we will work with the government of Kenya to support the development of a national legislative coordination framework for green jobs and green skills. It's a coordination framework because, as I told you, there are already 20 policies, strategies, and action programs. Two, we will work with the government of Kenya to develop a mechanism to advance green skills offering by TVET and higher education. And three, we commit that we'll work with the government of Kenya to develop a methodology to measure and track creation of green jobs in Kenya. We don't want you to think we are selling you air or greenwashing. We will have a mechanism to track these jobs, and you will know when they are created. So I invite you to please join us in this task. Help us in finding and creating synergies, building cooperation to avoid duplication and wastage of the resources that we so need in so many priorities. But most importantly, to create the impact that we need to create. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I said Kenya has a great potential to create a plurality of green jobs. As an African mother, I'm reminded, one of my favorite, I've said this before if you've heard me, of an African proverb that says, the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. This proverb is very poignant for the time we live in, with the youth bulge we have on this continent. We cannot let our young people down. They can't feel excluded, unheard, unseen, and provided for. Simply put, if our young people are not given a stake in the society that we live in, they will have nothing to lose in destroying the same society. So distinguished guests, our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, especially the young people we seek to serve in this process. Our youth is Africa, and it is the greatest resource. We need to harness this immense demographic dividend by continuing to work collaboratively to unlock youth-driven solutions for the creation of green entrepreneurship, opportunities, and skill sets that will anchor our long-term sustainable development. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwebaza, for just setting that context and helping us to understand what the opportunities are. I think to carry on that conversation and maybe to help us understand the value of green jobs to the global economy as a large, I'm very pleased to welcome Dr. Stephen Jackson, who is the United Nations Resident Coordinator, to come and give us his remarks.
Waheshimiwa viongozi, marafiki na vijana ya Kenya, hamjambo. Before I say anything else, I hope you'll forgive me if I just take a moment, as I have sadly been doing for a week or two now, to offer the United Nations most sincere condolences for the ongoing loss of life in the flood emergency around Kenya. I think as of this morning, we're up to 220 or so people who have very sadly lost their lives, and on behalf of the Secretary General, really want to renew our deep condolences and to say that we in UN Kenya are with Kenya and Kenyans in trying to meet this terrible emergency. And of course, those condolences for the flooding that we've all been suffering through takes me straight to part of the theme of today. It almost seems a little bit blasphemous for me in the face of that flooding crisis that we've all been facing to remind you of that cliche, and Rose, this is exactly what you, my sister, were just talking about, that cliche that crisis is opportunity. In many ways, I could make my speech very short by just saying what she just said, because many of my themes are the same, but I want to make them a bit more specific to Kenya, if I may. First of all, the crisis. We know that, on the one hand, Kenya's development journey over the last 2 decades has been an absolutely remarkable one, posting macro-level rates of growth that are the admiration of many. I'm sure Ireland would be very happy to be posting the kind of percentage growth rates that Kenya posted over the last couple of years. But we know, and you, the vijana ya Kenya, you know that macro-level growth doesn't necessarily generate jobs. We know that in Kenya, the 35 million under 35, actually it's closer to 40 million now, that's 1 million young Kenyans coming onto the job market every year and earnestly seeking that opportunity to contribute to the growth and the success of this wonderful country, and for the most part not finding it. For the most part stuck in that search, still looking for that elusive job that will help them build their lives and build their country. We also know that the climate crisis is costing Kenya daily. We just saw it last night here in Kenya, in Nairobi, we just saw it over the last 2 weeks here in Nairobi. We've been seeing it since October of last year in terms of the flooding. We've been seeing it for 3 years in terms of the drought. And if you calculate the percentage of development lost because of the climate emergency, it's very, very frightening. So why do I insist on opportunity? I insist on opportunity because of what President Ruto has consistently been saying in this building during the Africa Climate Summit. In PS, we were talking about that just this morning, that crisis is opportunity. We have to change the way that we think about the climate crisis. And when we recognize that Africa has the solutions that the planet needs for the climate crisis, that's when we start to think differently about the opportunity. What did President Ruto say during the climate summit? He reminded us Africa has the largest capacity to absorb carbon outside the Amazon rainforest, in the Congo Basin rainforest, and also the Kenyan mangroves, the rangelands, and so on and so forth. He reminded us that Africa has the largest natural endowment of renewable energy resources, be that solar, wind, geo, hydro. He reminded us that Africa has the critical minerals that the world will need to build those batteries and those electronic
or painting, whatever it takes for them to earn a living. This is our reality today. And in a country, as mentioned, that has close to 70% of youthful population or young people, we're definitely facing a disaster if we let it continue. But we can change the story, and that's what this story is about. So like I mentioned, we have a problem, but I believe that it's an opportunity in and of itself. So what is the objective of this workshop? The first one is, as mentioned by Dr. Rose, there's been intense conversations going on, virtual conversations that have been held. You will see the stakeholders here today in a few minutes, from young people to those in the finance space, to those in the skills space, universities, TVET, saying what they need in terms of support and what they are willing to do to address the issue of green skills as well as green jobs. So we hope to validate the findings of the draft reports and the draft findings that are there. We hope to raise awareness of the government initiatives, because when we had a high-level roundtable about 2 weeks ago, we heard from the government, and you'd be amazed at the number of policies that are in this country addressing the issues that we're discussing today. And like we said before, the challenge is not policies. There's another challenge that we are facing altogether. For those who missed out, we had an 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. session for young people, and the idea was to provide a forum for youth to voice their aspirations, something that we have done and will continue to do. And then we intend to position green jobs and skills as a top priority in this country. If the government, and as mentioned by Dr. Rose earlier this week, the commitment around finance is a whole commitment around the commitment around climate change, rather, is a whole conversation that's addressing the issue of finance, or needs to address the issue of finance, meaning that a lot of funding will flow and needs to flow towards sustainability. But that funding will not benefit us as a country if we don't ready ourselves in terms of making sure that the skills that we need are there, and then we design programs that translate to jobs. The final one is that we hope that this program or this workshop will provide the stakeholders an opportunity to develop frameworks and address the issue of climate finance. What we did earlier was we engaged various stakeholders, we sought endorsement of what's already existing, and then we intend to develop actionable steps, which you will get to hear very soon. We divided ourselves into 3 work streams. The first one is a skills work stream, the next one is a finance work stream, and then the other one was an enterprise work stream. But even with that, we realized that there were still a few things missing, and you'll see just examples of organizations that have been part of this process so far. And so at the very top, we realized that the missing link is coordination, and that's where government comes in very strongly. We've been working very closely with the state departments represented here and others, and we intend to continue doing so towards actualization. Now, what were the key findings? And this is something that I can see you guys are taking photos, which means you're interested in knowing what exactly have been the key findings. The first one was that we need a comprehensive directory of who's doing what. The next one is we need to understand the risk involved in terms of, from a finance perspective, what is the appetite in the market? What are the areas they're willing to fund and invest in? We sought to understand the challenges around prioritization, skills clarity, what skills are required. If I was to ask us what are the top 5 sectors that are creating green jobs right now, most of us would guess, but we don't have actual data to help us understand that. The next one is provide an opportunity for collaboration and partnership, develop platforms through technology that will help us be able to identify the gaps and then fill them. We also found out that there's a lot of inadequate skills data, which I've mentioned. And the final one, which is my biggest thing that I'm championing, is that there's definitely a gap when it comes to policy implementation, not policy formulation. We have a lot of paperwork in this country. We need to get to the point where that paper translates to tangible outcomes. The recommendations, which you will get to understand deeper when you go into our various work streams based on what work stream you registered. The first cross-cutting one was that there's a need for coordination and information sharing. The next one is that there's need for policy coherence, because some of the policies seem to be clashing, and you will see when you go to your various work streams. And then, of course, the need for capacity building. And then we definitely need to encourage collaboration, because people are doing different things in silos, in their own spaces, but we definitely need to begin to look at collaboration, whether it's in the green finance space or the other work streams. And then, of course, finally, in the age of AI, we definitely need to promote innovation and technology adoption. If you're in this country, you probably know 1/3 or 2/3 of the things on this screen. You've heard of Green Industrialization Initiative that the President launched at COP28. You've heard of the amount of renewable energy. The target is to get to 100% renewable energy by 2030. Where are those jobs and are we mapping them out? You've heard of the 15 billion tree planting. And what I like to say is that planting a tree in and of itself does not provide employment. But if it's structured in a framework, it could provide up to 2 jobs that are casual jobs, or if managed sustainably, could actually create up to 4 jobs for the lifetime of the tree. So how do we map and design those jobs effectively? The rest are all there. Energy, green hydrogen, I must mention this one. The president launched a green hydrogen project early last year. Would you believe that we do not have green hydrogen engineers in this country? So we need to be able to work together to be able to make sure that even as investors come, it's our people and our young people that benefit from this opportunity. So this is the slide that helps me effectively communicate what I see and what the team is seeing and what many of the stakeholders are seeing. This is how we are working. You or your organization is one of these arrows, working in some form of direction, doing a lot of activity. And like I say, using the biblical terms like Israel, we are doing a lot of activity, but we're not going anywhere. This is what we hope to achieve at the end of this process, and as we go into this process. We know it will take work. We are up to the task, and we are hoping that all of you will join in. As you can see, there are very many lines, and these lines are every single one of us working in tandem. Finally, we started off with how it started, since there are young people in the room, with unemployment placards, with many young people sending videos online saying, please get me any form of job. This is what we hope to achieve. Green jobs, whether it's in the circular economy or in the energy space, in the agriculture space, in the construction space, we hope to be able to translate to tangible numbers when it comes to green jobs. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Stella, for giving us that very detailed background into the research, the findings. I found that incredibly interesting, just specifically thinking about the opportunities that are out there. As we sit, our own central bank has just released their green finance taxonomy. So starting to sort of define what are green projects, what are the opportunities for young people to get jobs, and how should banks, those who finance these projects, how should they be categorizing them? As we sit here, I think about all of the banks that have given, quite significant climate finance, green finance commitments. One, think of Absa Bank, 150 billion Kenya shillings to fund green finance work. NCBA Bank, 30 billion Kenya shillings by 2030 to finance green projects. These are low interest loans that are being given out specifically for this kind of work. So really today we want to highlight that there are significant opportunities and we need to build our capacity to be able to take advantage of those, right? Okay, so on that note, I'm very happy and pleased now to hear from our government. It's important that we talked about coordination and what does that role look like and where are the priorities of the government sitting right now. And I'd like to start off with His Excellency Governor Otichilo, who's the governor of Vihiga County and the chairperson for the Environment and Climate Change Committee for the Council of Governors. Your Excellency, karibu.
I'm here to represent the Council of Governors, our chair, Anna Waiguru, sent her greetings to all the youth of Kenya. I also stand here as the chair of the Committee on Environment and Climate Change in the Council of Governors. As you are aware, we have a devolved system of governance in this country. We have the national government and we have the county governments. The national government sets, to a large extent, policies and legal frameworks that are used by the county governments to customize those legal frameworks to the county levels. Most of the functions and activities that will create green jobs are devolved. You have heard from Stephen of the UN that most of the jobs are in agriculture. Agriculture is a devolved function. So counties will play a very crucial role in creating jobs for the youth. Environment is a devolved function. And that's an area where we have a lot of opportunities for creation of or creation of green jobs. So in a nutshell, counties will play a very crucial role in the creation of green jobs for our youth in this country. And I'm happy to report that the counties are at the forefront in ensuring that we create green jobs to save our planet and promote sustainable development in this country. As it has been said, we have all the legal and policy frameworks that we need to move forward. What is remaining now is implementation. So as we discuss about creation of these jobs, I think the key emphasis in this workshop should be implementation, implementation, implementation. Because we have done a lot in terms of talking. It is now time for action. And I want to assure you that the counties are at the forefront. And you will allow me to give you a few examples. I'll start with climate change, which is now the key driver, particularly in terms of creating green jobs. All the 47 counties have enacted their own climate change policies and legislation. We have also established climate change committees up to the ward level. And we have made a decision that climate change will be mainstreamed at the local level. And a number of jobs will be created or are already being created. For example, working together with the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, and the PS is here. Before he became the PS, he was working with us. So we have worked with him before he became the PS. We have formulated a project called FLOCA, or Financing Locally Led Climate Action. It is the project of its own kind in the world today, which focuses on, at the local level, bringing the local people at the forefront. Under this project, we are creating a lot of jobs. We will be working together with the Ministry of Environment in the effort to plant the 15 billion trees that we have set a target to plant by 2032. In that endeavor, there are a lot of opportunities. And through the FLOCA funding, we have dedicated 20% of that funding to the restoration of our landscapes in the country. We expect the youth will take a forefront, will take a big initiative in working with the counties, particularly when it comes to management of tree nurseries and growing of trees in various areas. Counties have also set their own fund. Each of the 47 counties, we have our own climate change fund. We are not waiting just to be given money or get money from development partners. So that, again, is creating a lot of funds. And as has been shown here, we are focusing on renewable jobs, particularly in the area of solar, wind, biogas, geothermal, and mean hydroelectric powers. So those are areas, again, where we have a lot of opportunities. We are also dealing with many other development partners. As you are aware, more than 70% of Kenyans' households use fuel wood as energy. As counties, we have made a policy that we need to move away from fuel wood. And we are working with various development partners to come up with energy-saving cook stoves so that we can move away from wood fuel. In agriculture, there are a lot of jobs that are coming up. We are moving away, particularly in the rural setting, from subsistence agriculture to agribusiness. And in this, we are targeting the youth to get into agribusiness, agriculture as a business. And through the national effort, the 47 counties, each of the counties is setting up aggregation and industrial parks. And all these industrial parks will be dealing with value addition on agricultural products. We expect the youth to get into agriculture, not the traditional way, but getting into agriculture to create jobs and opportunities. We have a number of programs that have targeted the youth to get into agriculture. So in a nutshell, I want to say that counties are key partners in this complex ecosystem. And
Asante sana, Your Excellency, for helping us understand, especially from a government point of view, what the priorities are. And I'd like us to carry on hearing from our government representatives today. It gives me great pleasure to welcome Honorable Engineer Festus Ngeno, who is the Principal Secretary for Environment and Climate Change. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone. So before I make my remarks, allow me to just associate myself with the comments from my previous speakers, Dr. Rose, Dr. Jackson, and also the Governor of Otichilo from Viga. And I think you are spot on that most of the functions that will be delivering the green jobs are devolved. And I'm aware on the mainstreaming of climate change units. I know we have a marathon of around 5 weeks with the Council of Governors to do capacity building, and I know I'm with you in Kisumu next week to deliver on the same, especially under the FLOCA program, the Financing Locally Led Climate Action Program. And it's indeed a great pleasure to be here. And of course, under the National Landscapes and Ecosystem Restoration Program again, towards the 15 billion tree growing program, which is a presidential directive. I know the counties, and we are happy that you've finally agreed that 20% of the financing from the county should go to the ecosystem restoration, and that is critical and important. Just to mention, and this is important to appreciate Sela for good job putting us together, the Jacob's Ladder. And in one of the photos that was put there, there was a placard that was saying that education is the key to success, but unfortunately all the doors are locked. And I asked my colleague PS in charge of higher education, so what are we going to do about it? So she told me, you find the right key to open the door. So I told him, how do I find the right key? And she told me you need to do upskilling and the retooling. Whatever those terms mean, I don't know. She will be able to explain to us in that respect. And as Jackson mentioned, I think we need to condole with the various of our Kenyans who have lost their lives through these floods, which is, and we were discussing with the team just a few minutes ago, that if you are looking for the definition, climate change has been like a mirage. And if you are really looking for what climate change is all about, I think all of us as Kenyans have experienced the effects of climate change. So we don't need to define climate change. We just look at the effects. And these torrentials, the high rainfall that we are experiencing, are the challenges that we are facing. But what is so a paradox, yesterday, before even we released the 5-day period from the Met forecasting, we had already prepared a CAP brief and a CAP memo, and of course my CS was in the cabinet yesterday, but in the morning my director for Kenya Meteorology called and said, no, we need to amend some section on the CAP brief because they have received information from what their global environment Met, that's the WMO, working together with other agencies, that there is a cyclone. And that is where you saw the cyclone in Daya was coming from. But the meeting I was in yesterday, when that information came, I was discussing about the UNCCD. I was discussing about the drought. There are 10 countries meeting in Kenya and discussing about the drought, how to mitigate the drought, but again now, how do we mitigate the floods? So there is a pendulum of how we need to deal with things in terms of floods that are here, how to mitigate floods, and again, a challenge of drought, which we experience, and now we have these floods. So it is a real crisis, and climate change is here with us, and we need to see how we need to mitigate and to adapt if that is the case. And that is why we have been discussing about we had the Excellency, the President, about the financial architecture. How do we respond to emergencies, especially from the African region, to be able to deliver and to save lives? So with those, allow me to just make some few remarks before I invite my colleagues to make. We have a chief guest, by the way. So our chief guest, CS Honorable Ezekiel Mashoku, who was supposed to be here, but she is ably represented by my colleague PS in charge of higher education, Dr. Inyangala, my colleague PS Mwadime in charge of labor, Governor Utichilo, my good friend. Now we've worked long with you. Thank you for gracing this occasion and really representing the Council of Governors and delivering what the Council is doing at the devolved system, that's the county governments. Steve Jackson, the UN Resident Coordinator, and I think you have aptly summarized our climate summit declarations, and we are planning for the second one, and we hope that that will be coming. And the things that you do across in terms of the green minerals, arable land, the abundant energy resources within Africa, and especially Kenya, is what we are looking at the declaration in the post-SES summit coming up. And of course, I want to appreciate Felandi, the UNESCO, for your being here. and of course, Jacob Slada and the team. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to join you in this important workshop focusing on creation of green and sustainable jobs for the youth. And by the way, let me just paint the picture. My role in this, or the role of the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, as I've told my colleagues in the ministry, is that UNEP really asked us to coordinate this. So our role in the ministry is to coordinate because we work closely with UNEP, and now we brought in the critical actors in the sector, both the non-state actors and the state actors, and the PSS or the state departments, which we met almost 6 of them last time, and now we are upscaling it to 10, is what we are coordinating in the ministry. I almost forgot my friend Mithika here, so welcome. I know you do a great job in the civil society sector, and we really appreciate what you do. So I'm especially delighted of the multi-stakeholder approach that we have employed, bringing various ministries and other key stakeholders together on the green jobs and skills development. And that's green jobs play a crucial role in combating climate change, promoting sustainability, and reducing environmental impact across the various sectors. And these jobs encompasses a wide range of industries, including the renewable energy, energy efficiency, we've seen that, sustainable agriculture, the green transportation, and environmental conservation. Hence, our whole of government and our whole of society approach. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the bottom-up economic transformation agenda has prioritized the creation of jobs to address the high rates of unemployment in the country. And the employment crisis heightens the government's mandate to create new jobs, while at the same time ensuring that the measures taken do not adversely affect environmental sustainability and the well-being. Moreover, skills gaps and shortages have emerged as a binding constraint on greening Kenya's economy. And without qualified entrepreneurs and skilled laborers or workers, the available technology and resources for investments cannot be used or cannot deliver the expected environmental benefits and economic returns. We therefore endeavor to close the current skill gaps and anticipate the future needs to transition to green and low carbon economy. Recognizing these gaps, the Kenya Green Jobs and Economic Transformation Project, in collaboration with the World Bank, was established to promote green jobs and economic transformation, enabling the micro and small enterprises to adopt environmentally friendly practices and reduce their carbon footprint while promoting sustainable economic growth. And through wide-ranging collaboration with the Jacob's Ladder of Africa, the UN agencies such as the UNEP, ILO, among others, the project aims to accelerate action in promoting the green economy and sustainable natural resources management in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to acknowledge all the development and implementing partners who have been diligently supporting us in this space. The United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, through its Global Opportunities for Sustainable Development Goals initiative, is working with the Kenyan government to tackle the youth unemployment crisis. And this collaborative initiative with the International Labour Organization, ILO, the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNICEF, and the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, aims at accelerating the implementation of the Green Jobs for the Youth Pact in Kenya. And the Green Jobs for the Youth Pact brings together employers, governments, youth, and education partners to tackle the youth and green jobs deficit and to make transition to a low-carbon, circular, and nature-positive economy through 3 tracks. 1, employment and entrepreneurship. Number 2, education, green skills and empowerment. And number 3, the youth partnership. This is very well aligned with the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the Africa's Leaders Nairobi Declaration on Climate Change, as well as Kenya's international and national obligations on climate change. Allow me also to mention that I'm aware that different government agencies, most of which are with us today, have been engaged with stakeholders in implementation of interventions aimed at creating green jobs and enhancing skilling for the youth. We, however, a streamlined and well-coordinated mechanism to synergize all our efforts to be efficient, effective, sustainable actions. We therefore have the opportunity to create linkages for green jobs and green skills in the various state departments. And I think we have had this conversation with my colleagues at PSS. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya possesses several favorable conditions to take lead in the development of green jobs. We have history of innovation and entrepreneurship. We can drive the development and adaptation of green skills and green technologies and practices. Startups and small businesses play a significant role in creating the green jobs through the development of innovative solutions for renewable energy, waste management, sustainable agriculture, and environmental conservation. Kenya also has a young, and I think that has been alluded by quite a number of speakers, that Kenya has a young and growing population, providing a large pool of labor for the green job opportunities. Investing in education, training, and skills development programs will prepare this workforce for employment in green industries such as renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, environmental management, among others. This national Green Jobs and Skills Development Workshop is not an end in itself. From the high-level roundtable on green jobs and skills development held on 17th of April, it is evident that all the state departments, and I want to thank all my colleagues PSS, are committed to supporting the development of a legislative framework for green jobs and skills development in Kenya. And I think PS Mwadime, you are on course in that respect, and we want to appreciate you for taking leadership in that regard. My hope, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is that the outcome of this national workshop is a clear legislative framework which all of us support, and call on my various colleagues who are here, of the State Department, various State Departments, to do the same. I would like to thank all of you for taking time to have these important conversations, and we look forward to working this journey together with all of you. As I conclude, let me acknowledge again, once more, and sincerely thank the development partners and stakeholders who have made this workshop possible to find actionable ways of developing green skills and creating green jobs in Kenya. I wish you a fruitful workshop and looking forward to the legislative framework to enable us to move forward. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. With that, thank you. Let me not take the role of the MC.
Thank you so much. Asante. Asante sana, Honorable Ngeno, without a shadow of a doubt, you can see that this is a major priority for the government of Kenya. And thank you for giving us that perspective from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. I think it's important now that we hear from our Education Ministry, because ultimately this is where, we are now, apologies for that. We're now going to hear from the Ministry of Labor, actually. And just, again, hearing from more of our partners, just to give us an opportunity to understand, why is this a priority for the government, and how does it sit within these different ministries? So it is a pleasure for me to invite Honorable Shadrach Mwangolo Mwadime, who is the PS from the Department for Labor and Skills Development. Karibu, sir.
Thank you, MC, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Vijana mko poa? I'm here to represent my cabinet secretary, who was invited as one of the guests. But before I read her speech, I've just come from a morning show, a TV show by one of our national TV stations, and I was invited to appraise Kenyans concerning the labor policies that we have in place, appraise Kenyans also concerning the ongoing strike by the medical fraternity. But my host kept on asking me, one question. And I tried to meander away from it, but she kept on coming back to it. What are you doing as government to reduce the unemployment rate as it is in the country currently? So of course, one of the strategies that we have in place is on labor migration to capitalize on the opportunities that are available out there. But then she will come back to the question again. What are you doing as government of Kenya in terms of creating employment opportunities within the country? And of course, you know the strategy that we have in terms of labor migration is to send our young people out there for short-term contracts so that they can come back home and invest. But hii vijana ni donda sugu. And as government, we cannot run away from it. As you well know, in accordance with the statistics that we have currently, out of 1 million young people who graduate from our educational institutions, be it primary school, be it secondary schools, be it tertiary institutions, our economy is only able to absorb about 200,000. And I'm talking of both the public and the private sector. So you want to ask yourself then, what happens to the other 800,000? And the situation is quite dire. Let me just paint the situation from my own perspective. I'm the only principal secretary from Taita. And you know Taitas are very few. We're just about 300,000 or so. And I believe the situation I'm going to explain here also obtains with my colleagues. Now, naturally for us as Kenyans and as Africans, we always want to touch base, you know, with our home areas, with our villages. So every other weekend you want to travel, you know, to your village, touch base with your relatives. There's something about it. It rejuvenates your energy. Even as you sit over a fireplace, eating nyamachoma and just discussing anything and everything. When you come back to Nairobi, you feel your energy has been rejuvenated, you know? Your stress levels have gone down. Now for me, it has become a challenge to some extent, and I know also for the political establishment, particularly for MPs, to go home, you know? Sometimes I try sneaking into my village late at night. It could be midnight. But rest assured, by morning, I have visitors to take breakfast with. And a big percentage of them, obviously, it's young people. So probably I drove into my home at midnight, but of course we have challenges of a few people who take one or too much of it, you know, and they'll be out there to spot me and to send word everywhere that the PS has come home. And as principal secretary, I must create employment opportunities for these young people. That's what they tell me. You're not in government for nothing. You are there to speak on our behalf and ensure that we gain employment. So I'm just saying this so that we can all appreciate that the unemployment rate is very high. But this is the saving grace. And personally, I don't see unemployment as a challenge. In fact, if anything, it's a blessing. But the point is this. The resource base for Kenya and Africa in general is extremely high. There's no question about it. We've just seen a video clip concerning electric motorcycles. There are also electric buses, you know. We're all going electric as it is, electric motor vehicles. But I want to ask you, electric energy, where is it stored? It's in batteries, isn't it? Electric energy is stored in batteries. What are batteries made of? Batteries are made of cobalt, and lithium. So if the entire world is going electric as it is, and we are doing away use of fossil fuel to propel our energies, then we must think in a strategic way on how, as Africans, we can produce batteries within. If lithium is found within Africa, if cobalt is found within Africa, we know the Middle East was able to industrialize very easily by making use of fuel, fossil fuel. Then the future is bright for Africa. So when we are sitting here discussing green financing and what have you, I think if we are all honest, if we are all genuine, then we must support our young people who would wish to mine lithium, to mine cobalt, so that they produce the batteries within. The motorcycles that we saw in that video clip, the batteries in the motorcycles are all imported from abroad. So our development partners, if we are serious about this conversation, in terms of financing our young people, the resources are available for them to exploit them. And I'm talking of giving them loans at very, very low interests. I know young people in the Western European countries because I've just come from Germany and Austria, and I interacted with government officials there. And they told me some of the interest rates for loans that they give to young people go at 1%, 2%. The highest will be possibly 3%. But woe unto you as a young person if you are to approach any of our financial institutions to get a loan. Usually at 13, 14, 15, even 18%. So if it is a partnership, then this is the way to go. I look at the blue economy because that is where I've come from. My initial posting was as a PS, shipping and maritime. We have just scratched the surface of the blue economy in terms of exploiting the resources available within the green economy, and going green. Solar energy, wind energy, So our object as government, as it is now, is to establish those incubation centers. And this is where you come in. A young person who is eager to exploit the resources, we need to support them and ensure that then they are able to produce, those particular products that, are produced in accordance with our current policy on going green. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to join you during the inaugural National Green Jobs and Skills Development Workshop. The Green Jobs and Skills Development Agenda anchored in existing legislature and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. This, I must say, with a profound sense of responsibility and optimism. At this defining moment in our country's history, the linear economic model of take, make, dispose will no longer work. We are called to embrace a circular economic model of reduce, reuse, and recycle to optimize consumption of finite resources and mitigate the ecological impacts of resource extraction, manufacturing, and disposal. Now is the time to act boldly and quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased that this workshop has been attended by various stakeholders from the public and private sectors. This signifies the deep concern and serious commitment of stakeholders towards the Green Jobs and Skills agenda. I am aware that many of you are working to confront the global warming challenge. We are counting on you to not only challenge our assumptions, but to give us fresh perspectives, innovative ideas, and input based on your diverse experiences. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here because we know that the transition to green economies has far-reaching implications for the world of work. Regulatory reforms and emission targets will bring about downsizing and restructuring in high-carbon industries, whereas employment growth can be expected in low-carbon green industries. The new jobs and job losses will inevitably demand changing skills requirements. However, the solution to this challenge are within our reach. In this regard, I would like to mention a few issues that should stimulate deliberations during this workshop. Number one, unlocking the human capital for the green transition requires strong links between skills supply and skills demand. And therefore, the private sector will play a critical role here. Number two, the green jobs and skills agenda will require significant resources. But while the cost of action will be great, I believe the cost of inaction will be greater. So I request the development partners to support us in this endeavor. Thirdly, it is time to put in place a coherent coordination framework. I want to thank Sela for the initiative that she took to bring us together. Through a sector-wide approach, duplication and inefficient use of resources, which often occur when multiple implementing entities engage in similar projects and programs without adequate coordination. Fourthly, what gets measured gets done. To determine whether planned results or outcomes have been achieved, the National Green Jobs and Skills Agenda needs to be integrated in the National Performance Management Framework so that it does not just become an issue of a talk show. You know, we meet in workshops, year in, year out, but there are no outcomes. Fifthly, and finally, the government cannot handle the green jobs and skills agenda alone. It will require all of us working together. The stakes are high. Hence, the implementation of the public-private collaboration framework cannot be delayed, and it must not be delayed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection is committed to promoting decent work, skills development, and sustainable job creation. In discharging this commitment, we are mindful that the green agenda must remain a primary concern in the creation of employment opportunities. In this regard, we have played a critical role in developing various frameworks that are relevant to the green agenda. Allow me to focus on only 3 of these frameworks. Number one, the National Skills Development Plan. The ministry developed the National Skills Development Policy, which was approved by Cabinet last year on the 13th of December, 2023. The policy was developed to support and facilitate a coordinated response to the skills mismatch to ensure that Kenya has an education and training system that is responsive to the needs of the labor market. The goal of the policy is to promote sustainable socio-economic growth through the development of a skilled workforce that is employable, productive, enterprising, innovative, adaptable, and competitive. The policy sets out various policy actions on skills development for new occupations, which include green occupations. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, National Green Job Strategy 2023-2027. To optimize the employment gains from the transition to a greener economy, The ministry has developed the National Green Jobs Strategy for 2023 to 2027. The goal of this strategy is to provide a framework for identification, creation, and promotion of green jobs in Kenya. Thus, number A, the policy will ensure alignment, coherence, and coordination for the creation of green jobs. Secondly, it will develop employability skills, predominantly for the youth, women, and people with disabilities, to take advantage of existing and emerging green jobs. Thirdly, the strategy will support the creation of green job access sectors through the promotion of sustainable and competitive green enterprises and green markets. And fourthly, the strategy will assist to mobilize and facilitate access to sustainable financing for green enterprises and create an enabling environment through collective action. In order to align this strategy to the national, regional, and international policy frameworks, including the bottom-up economic agenda, we have requested various departments and agencies to appoint green focal points to assist, update, revise, and finalize this strategy. Thirdly, we have the national guidelines for sector skills committees. The ministry has developed the national guidelines for sector skills committees, which are industry-led committees. The goal of the guidelines is to enhance the establishment and operationalization of national sector skills committees in order to improve the linkage between industry and skills development. Currently, 11 sector skills committees have been mapped. Among the mapped committees is the Environment Sector Skills Committee, which is expected to align skills development to the demands of the eco-industry. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my remarks, let me take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forest in collaboration with the development partners for organizing this important workshop. With those remarks, I wish you fruitful deliberations during this workshop. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Madime. I really felt the passion. It's quite tangible in the room as he was speaking. And so very, very interesting and exciting to hear how the ministry is shaping some of these discussions. I think it's important now that we hear around the skills development and what are the skills that are needed? What is the commitment that government is making towards developing these skills? And for that, I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Beatrice Muganda Inyangala, who is the Principal Secretary for Higher Education in the Ministry of Education. Karibu sana.
I'm delighted to join you today. I'm ably representing my Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machogu, who could not join you because of other prior commitments, but he sends his greetings, his regards, and he will definitely follow up on the outcome of this conference for implementation. So Honorable Soipan Tuya, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, ably represented by the PS Engineer Festus Ngeno, Honorable Florence Bore, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, ably represented by PS Shadrach Madime, our Governor of Vihiga County, Dr. Wilbur Otichilo, Your Excellency, Dr. Stephen Jackson, the UN Resident Coordinator, Dr. Ross Madime, the UNEP Africa UNEP Africa Office. We have Fodel Shehezarad of UNESCO, the specialist in education, Sela Bogongo Jacobs Leider, other development partners present, vice chancellors and principals of TVET institutions, CEOs of various state agencies and corporations, civil society representatives present. I recognize Dr. Mithika Mwendwa of the Pan-African Climate Justice Action, directors from various ministries, industry representatives, vice chancellors again.
Right now, I think we'll be getting into another session, specifically having more of a panel discussion. And it is at this point that I would like to welcome, I'm going to hand over to a new moderator who will take us through this session. It has been a pleasure to speak with all of you this morning. Philip Thigo, Ambassador Philip Thigo, will be coming up on stage right now to take over this conversation. He is an expert in technology and public policy. He is the Executive Director for Africa for the Thunderbird School for Global Management and the Special Envoy of Technology Designate for His Excellency, the President of Kenya. So Karibu Philip, and he will invite his panelists for this session.
Good morning. Good morning. Can people stand and stretch? Please stand and stretch. I was sitting at the back, so I know what this is. If you have a phone, tweet. At least you're allowed here. But turn it off. I was. Stretch. Please swing a bit. Please don't poke people's eyes. Thank you. Please have a seat. Good morning and welcome to this session. I was trying to sit at the back just to listen quietly, but also understanding and listening to young people here. How many young leaders do you have here? Show of hands. If you think you're a young leader, it had to take me to ask twice. Okay. Young women leaders. Stand. Stand so they can see you. Stand so they can see you. Is that half the crowd? Who does math? Is that half? Is that half? I'm asking. I think that's half the room, right? So please clap for yourselves, and anybody please see them and clap for them. I was sitting at the back, and that's why I was very quiet, because one thing about green jobs is also recognizing the demographic. We are 19.7 at median age. Majority is women. So let's add the gender component of it. I know Dr. Rose is smiling here. We are big friends on this. The future is female for sure, so boy child, I apologize in advance. Let me welcome my panelists. I'm seeing some of them have left, but for those in the room, let me start with the young lady, Faith Momo. Faith, are you here? Okay. Faith? She was my superstar. Okay. Please karibu on the stage. Joram Minamo from Ande and Sandbox. Caroline Juki from Ireland. Okay. Raymond from the Kenya Bankers. Sit at the center. Raymond from Bankers. We like it when we see money. I think that's my panel. His Excellency, I think, left. Governor of Vihiga. Just to confirm, I think I'm only missing Caroline. When you can, please step on stage. Thank you very much. Let me sit at the edge. Yes, please. I like to moderate when I stand, so I apologize, so that I can put people on the hot seat. Me not being on the hot seat. So I think a couple of things. When I was sitting at the back there, I know I was given some speaking notes, but sometimes I want to be current in the context. I've had a lot of things. One is that clearly a lot of the PSS were saying, I had policies, I had commitments, I had consultations were done over time. There was clearly no short of political support. because we had national county, we have development partners, we had the United Nations, we had academia, we had almost all the academic institutions. So why are we here? Why are we here? It seems like we had everything, right? Joram, let me go to you. Why are we here?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joram Winamo. I am currently the chair of Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, East Africa chapter. I am also the CEO of Sandbox, which is an entrepreneurship support organization that supports more than 2,400 entrepreneurs in Nairobi. So I am very much part and parcel of developing entrepreneurs in Kenya. And a lot of times when we talk about job creation, I think it gets lost on many people that jobs are created by entrepreneurs. And I think it's world over that you'd find a majority of workforces coming from jobs created by entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs have the ability to multiply the number of jobs that can be created. And I always say, if we get 1 million entrepreneurs to just create 5 jobs each, this shortage of jobs that we have disappears completely. But many economies will tend to focus on the fact that they'll build incentives for big companies, they'll build, financing incentives, tax incentives. But big companies can only do marginal, shifts on the jobs that can be created. But small businesses can do it on a very large scale. And so when we talk about green jobs, when we skill green entrepreneurs, then we will have the ability to multiply these jobs that we are talking about here.
Thank you so much.
That's part of why we are here.
Thanks, Joram. So basically it's about building exponential companies. Clearly it's going to be those small and medium enterprises that are going to create employment at scale, but many of those companies. Okay, let me go to my academic hat. How many people in the room understand what green jobs are? Show of hands. I'm going to walk and ask somebody. Green jobs, if you don't understand, it's fine. I think that's why we are here. Show of hands. How many people do not understand what green jobs are? Show of hands. Don't be shy, especially the students at the back. I don't know why you're sitting at the back. So you all get it. Everybody understands green jobs. Can I walk into the car and ask somebody? Hello. What are green jobs?
Thank you, Philip, and good morning to everyone in the room. Good morning is a greeting. Good morning. I know it's said over and over again, and then we're like, oh, it's another good morning, but it's a beautiful morning. And I was hoping, Philip, that we would actually hear, get an appreciation of what the room thinks green jobs are. And so would you please indulge the room more? Yeah, so that we don't just provide academic definitions.
Can I pick somebody? Can I pick you?
So good morning, everyone. My name is Victor, and it's an honor to be here. So in my opinion, I define green job as any job that is sustainable, any job that, when it's given to the youth, will provide an opportunity for the youth to uplift themselves and also to conserve the environment at the same time. So that, in my opinion, that is what green jobs are. Thank you.
Clap for him, please.
Good morning. My name is Nancy Olo from Kenya School of TVET. Green jobs and skills are basically those competencies that we have that are able to help us generate some income, do some certain activities, create opportunities. While at it, you need to conserve the environment and try to make sure that you do not destroy the natural environment provided for us.
Carol, that answers you.
Thank you, Philip. Please stay there. But I'm sure we love Google. So who has Googled what a green job is?
Don't be shy. Or ChatGPT. We know.
Yeah, like straight up Google. Who has? There's a lady. Philip.
I can
just,
see you.
Just on this row here.
Can I have any ushers? Stand. That's GPT. Or Google.
Oh, Chat GPT.
So good morning. My name's Sharon Harris. So the Google says that green jobs are jobs that contribute to preserving or restoring the environment and our planet. They also refer to as green jobs.
Do they give an example?
Many industries are looking to adapt their products and processes to help tackle climate change, such as exploring the use of renewable energy or becoming more energy efficient.
Thank you. And I have nothing more to add. We were, of course, I actually didn't have the right definition, so I used that strategy. You know, we watched that really beautiful video earlier on in the morning about the young man, I forget his name, who is fixing bikes, e-bikes. Because, Philip, in the room, when we talk about green jobs, a lot is getting lost in translation. They are very complex, energy efficiency. They are, you know, production of windmills. Yes, they are those type of jobs. But for an economy like ours, we also need to look at what do green jobs look like in economies like ours. All right? We are not yet, we will get there, we're not yet producing the batteries. We are not yet manufacturing e-vehicles. But in our very own local circumstances, there are a lot of those seemingly everyday jobs, again, in the informal, largely informal sector that contribute to environmental protection, sustainability. And that is where then we need to look at how are we preparing for those jobs? Do we have the skills available? And if not, what do we do? Strategy is important, but what do we do? Please indulge me for just 30 seconds, Philip. For the young man on the video, he did not go to a training institution. Did you realize that? He learned on the job. And that speaks to, again, what my colleague spoke before, the role of enterprises. Because enterprises are driving the growth. They are seeking to be productive while being sustainable, and therefore we should be opening those enterprises to our young people to acquire those skills for green jobs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carol, for that definition and for getting a shortcut on the definition. But that's fine. So we've talked about, I think, Joram, you've been very clear, it's about enterprise development. Welcome, Your Excellency. Good to see you. Carol has talked about definition, but also our context and our reality that by definition we must figure out our context, but also I think I like the aspect of that our green jobs themselves must be meaningful and gainful for our young people. Faith, we seem to be talking about you a lot, and you're here. Does this make sense? Does all this make sense? So we have, Joram has said enterprise development, Carol has defined what green, you are the one on doing it every day. From your perspective, are we on the right track? Are we defining it properly? What can you potentially enlighten us from your own lived experience?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Faith Momo, CEO at Evianifam and Befafit. Evianifam is a company that integrates all agribusiness aspects using climate-smart farming, such as beekeeping, value addition through steam drying using biomass energy, which is one of the green areas. And we also do aquaculture, which is also a climate-smart farming. It's true on your question. I think it's working. And for the youth, all what it needs is the training aspect, because we are not connected to any grid. We use solar energy to power a 28-acre farm, and it's working effectively. Currently we are in conjunction of Jacob's Ladder working on a project on aquaculture, training youth and equipping them with the resources to go start farming of aquaculture. And we do this, we have a fish hatchery and RAS systems that cleans water, and we use a tank of 5,000 liters, 2 years, using solar energy to clean the same water. That is water pumps that are powered with solar. Also, in terms of AI and security, we are using solar-powered cameras, which are able to detect pests on the horticulture that we are doing. They can detect diseases and then send on your phone, on your behalf, not having you to go and scout in the farm. The aim goal for these green jobs to work, I think, we have been having so much finances being put out there to support youth in the same green jobs, but without training, I will still repeat, without training, we'll never get it right. We need to train our youth to first know about these green jobs, and then once they get about it, it will be so easy to implement. Yes.
Thanks so much, Faith. And when you mention AI, I always smile, because that's my area. And I hope that a lot of people really are integrating these new technologies. I have a sense that it will actually enable young people to be able to develop in a way that is not resource intensive. My colleague from the bank, would you invest in Faith? Sorry, I'm asking for money for you. I mean, he's here, I can as well do it, because...
Yes, thank you. Yes, we are already investing in Faith, so we will be able to to continue the investment. So thank you. Just to mention that Kenya Bankers Association, we bring all banks in the country together, and then also microfinance. And our goal is financial empowerment of individuals, your households, and businesses. So that's why we exist, and also that's why we are here, to be able to empower ourselves at an individual level, and then also the businesses that we do have. So relevant to this conversation, at the association, what we have done, and we've been on this for quite a number of years, since 2015, we've been in the sustainable finance landscape, and the key thing was first to equip our own personnel within banks to be able to understand the scope of green finance, sustainable finance. So I can confidently say the teams working within our financial institutions are well equipped to be able to assess whatever enterprise that you're working in, even an idea that you are having that needs financing, to be able to be capacity build financially so that you can actually be able to take off. Secondly, we also in this space, again, outside now our bank teams, we also now come to the marketplace to be able to look at how we capacity build our own customers and generally everyone, to bring them to a level that now, like Faith, you can now be able to get funding from banks, and even when you're getting funding, we also scale it up. So just talking in numbers, we've been able to train over 70,000 customers and businesses, from the very micro to our SMEs. And in the last 3 years, we've been able to disperse to the tune of 5.8 billion to enterprises, very small enterprises, which are actually working within this particular space. So we are here to be able to have that conversation further. Thank you.
I'm trying to get you not to sell. Joram, Does this ring a bell? Does it translate to where you are? Because the question I want to ask also is that, because money is expensive. I kept on hearing from the initial speakers, because that's why I kept on asking, if everything seems to be said, we kumbayad here, we signed declarations, we had statements, why are we still discussing this? So can you translate that reality?
I think there's a truth that they've mentioned, which is that there's a lot of money that has been set aside to catalyze the green economy. Banks have been sensitized, financiers have been sensitized. But there's a gap, because for the young person on the other side to be able to access that money, there are certain things they may require, and the financial institutions don't just want to lower the barrier just for the sake of pushing the money out, because you could end up getting it to people who are not deserving. And so on the other side, what is required is that people are passionately doing a lot of work, but the business skills they may require might be lacking. And that is where a lot of the reports show the skills to be able to put their finances together, put their books together, go and build a case in the bank to be able to get that financing and be able to repay in good times so they can access even more financing. There's a very big gap there. And as they both mentioned, that is the gap that needs to be closed in terms of skilling, building the capacity of the people, and creating a policy environment that continues to catalyze this to happen on a wider scale.
Thanks so much, Joram. And I remember the PS kept on saying what gets measured gets done. At some point, we want to see whether it's translating into impact and benefiting young people. Governor, I'll come to you in a bit, but let me come to Carol, because she seems to be agreeing with Joram a lot. Why are you agreeing?
You know, again, I'll go back to the types, and maybe we need a category of green jobs, because I think, I forget her name, she said, you know, Faith says the young people do not know about these opportunities, and it's true. In one forum, we asked young people present what a green job was, and they said Safaricom, you know. Well, I'm sure Safaricom processes are green in a way, but of course there is much more than that. So maybe create a category where we unpack green jobs and therefore the opportunities or the enterprises that could emerge from that. But coming to, like, really breaking it down in a language not that Philip, myself, others may understand, but everyone else can, because one of the most exciting things about this country is the excitement that builds around opportunity once people understand it. And again, I'll use Safaricom as an example. Just look at how many M-Pesa agents we do have around the country. People see the opportunity, they understand how it works, and then they are powered financially, which is now coming back to your question. And Joram raises a really important point. One, yes, the resources are there. But how do I, as a young person, we had a really excellent fireside chat this morning. And I was thinking, if these really amazing young people wanted to start a business that contributes to to environmental protection, sustainability, what are their chances of getting their first financing? Do you want to know what the answer is? Should I say it as an international civil servant? 0. The barriers to accessing financing are still so high. And we are investing a lot, as the ILO, for instance, in business development services. We work with organizations like where Joram is. We work with government to build the capacity of enterprises so that they know how to keep books. They say all those things that financial institutions want to hear and see. But still, the cost of finance is high. If we could just hear what that is from the Kenya Bankers Association. And the question is, What are the opportunities that exist?
Opportunities are enormous, but they must be ready to completely take a new trajectory in terms of skills development.
Thank you so much, Governor, and always a pleasure to sort of work with you, as always. I think the Governor talked about youth. How many people consider themselves youth in the room? Show of hands. Some people need to put their hands down. You're not youth. I didn't say young at heart, I said youth. Sorry? No. Some people I can see have less hair than me and white. So I think the Governor is talking to you basically. And I think it's very much around, first of all, who said they were youth? Let me just have a pulse check again. Pulse check, it will be an exercise panel, so just get it. We're always very participatory here. He talked about Kenya enacted the first Climate Change Act after the Paris 21 conference. How many were aware of that? Okay, 3 hands up. So there's no point of talking about the policy or the strategy or the plan. First things first for young people, be informed. I think it's important, and I think Sela and your team, your work is cut out. Young people you only act from data and information. So you need to know, and Governor now understand, because if all those things are there, and then people who it's supposed to serve not know that those environment setting is there, then of course there's a mismatch. But I think you raise other many things around mindset, and it's always been a challenge of young people. But also young people should know that with the advent of technology, and we know now where we're going, the future of work is changing. Specific numbers, we are losing 75 million jobs. We're creating 133 million more. Where will you be? Will you be in the 75 million or the 133 million? Let me put a pin on that. There's a direct to, this mic keeps on changing. Asked you about the cost of money. Is money to faith cheaper?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, cost of money. Just a direct response to that aspect is we live in an ecosystem which dictates as to how that cost comes to be. But what we're discussing on, it's actually a societal problem that we need to fix when we're talking about job creation and skills development. So it's not purely just the hard economics. So for this, at the association, the Kenya Bankers Association, what we do is to collaborate with government to be able to see how to partner and be able to moderate that cost to a level that now can be able to be affordable to the segments that we're actually focusing on. So I'll give a case example, is even the affordable housing. The affordable housing and the mortgage scheme, the government mortgage scheme, has been modeled in a way that the cost, it's actually way, way below. It's below 10%. It's actually 9%. For the affordable housing program. And that's a collaboration between banks and also government coming under a guarantee scheme to be able to lower that cost because of the social impact of that particular program. But if we go to the real economics, then we can't be able to get there. So for this, what we do as private financiers is we collaborate with government to be able to develop programs where we have an impact, and that impact generates now business, which can now be able to come into the formal financial ecosystem where the market is. So I'll say more collaboration with government to be able to bring down the costs so that we can be able to, at the incubation stage, when somebody is having an idea, we can actually be able to partner, but at a price that the person can actually be able to come into the ecosystem. Thank you.
So it's not cheap for now, just to get the answer. It's not cheap for now. That was a good management of the response. But so it's not cheap, but I think, and that's why for me, in the green financing, I think we need to add an aspect of innovative financing, because honestly, it has to be affordable. I had more time, but I'm being told time is up. So I don't know who the geeks of the AI there cut my time. But let me take the cue from the organizers and request my panelists for their final comments. But having had skills seems to be an issue. Everybody has mentioned skills. Whether it's the institutions themselves, whether it's the young people, there's a question of information, there's a question of a market failure, right? So basically, there's a skills mismatch. The job seems to be there, new jobs are emerging, but there are no people to do that, which also speaks to, I think, our education systems and how we skill, reskill, and upskill very quickly to be able to meet the demands of the changing environment of the future of work. There's a mindset issue around young people and how they perceive work within the traditional context. There's an element of how financing is trying to adopt, but then I know, and Kenya bankers, sorry to put you on the spot, I know it will take time. This is very new, but we need to start somewhere in the way that we rethink how we fund and resource young people, but also to our development partners. I think you give us a global overview because we are not in an island tree. We are also affected by other regions because green jobs are not about jobs in Kenya, and that's also a mindset I want to shift in the room, that green jobs are a global opportunity. So how we think about skilling must also not just be for the country. We also must think of how you can be global leaders or access green opportunities globally. So let me start with the governor. Final remarks. For me, I know you've doubled down on the issue, but I think if there's sort of one final thought you have to leave with the room, I know you've handed it over to the young people. You've kind of said that we have enough policy frameworks, but what could be your final thought on this? Not final for now.
Well, my final comment is that we are living in a very interesting time, and it's a time when the youth should completely make a change in their lives and make a very drastic decision on how to move forward. And the destiny is in their own hands. They must take the decision. Skills development is very important for green jobs. We have opportunities to get the same skills online. But our universities, our colleges must change their curriculum to be able to make it in tune with the changing times.
Thanks so much, Governor. Joram?
First, I would like to say, I think, Jacob's Ladder, you're doing an amazing job integrating people. I would want to say Kenya is a global leader in this climate space. With accelerators, with policies, with financing, but I don't think we realize that. I think the floods and everything cloud our thinking and make us feel like the opportunities are not there. But we are actually a global leader when you look at the statistics. The question is, how do we get people to tap into those opportunities? My final word is I feel like the different stakeholders are not talking to each other. And I do run a donor roundtable that has MSME funders in Kenya, your USAIDs, your EUs and the like. And the UN bodies are not there. I think the financiers are not in that conversation. The academics are not in that conversation. Everyone is having the conversation in different silos. In that forum, we're even wondering, how do counties build policies around it? Because we have enterprise support organizations in every county, but everyone is not talking to each other. And if we can be able to coordinate all the different stakeholders to come to the same table, I think we'll be a lot more effective.
I want to slightly challenge the comments given by my fellow panelists about the presence of finances. I think there are a lot of finances circulating for the youth. I think the encouragement is you just need to start small with what is available.
Really in their hands. So I think young people, please don't expect us to do everything. Some decisions are really up to you. I think, Joram, you're spot on. Silos are the ones that are killing us. Waste of resources. But I think it's not about who leads or who gets there. I think ultimately it's about how we collaborate. and how then we deliver value. We are still one country. I always tell people, there's no Kenya A, B, C, D, so we need to figure out how to live together. I think, to your point, Faith, and I'm sure there are many models. I think Jacob Ladder may be one. Maybe there's somewhere in Garissa, you have another model. I think the idea is models. We should not create new things when we can actually see around and see things that work. So if Jacob Ladder's model works, then can we see how that works and how it can be adopted in very specific contexts? Of course, it's not about copy-paste. I think to your point with the bankers, right, it's about solving problems, but I think you raise a good point around adaptability. And how do we have a green, agile growth? And to Joram's global mindset, because I think you also can be disrupted violently if you don't have a global mindset. And I think, thank you so much, Carol. I think it's about people and it's about justice, because ultimately, if this does not deliver impact on people's lives and it doesn't improve their lives, then we can talk about green all we want. Ultimately, it must transform lives, and it must be done in a just way. I think this really gives us a good sort of pace for the breakouts around skills, finance, and enterprise. And let me thank Your Excellency, Joram, Faith, Raymond, and Caroline for indulging us and giving us your wisdom. Thank you so much. Can you please give them a big hand? And let me hand it back to the session.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate them one more time. Kindly also appreciate our moderator. This is Ambassador Philip. Mpigeni makofi yake. Asante sana. So mine is very, very brief because you're going to the breakout sessions. And I'd like us also to just take time after the breakout sessions to enjoy the exhibitions that are here. We have one in particular right there, which is EB is a Pan-African e-mobility company that is economically empowering people and businesses through affordable e-mobility while reducing CO2 emissions and pollutions in congested African cities. They have a wonderful experience for you after the break, during lunch that is. You'll get to ride some of the bicycles. If you have never, please don't try. But they're there to help us. And more exhibitors. We have like 14 outside and 5 thereabout inside here. Please make sure you interact with them. Well, this is the breakout session. I'll invite you to please indulge me a little bit. We have Caroline Okiro and Geoffrey Ochola who are going to remain right here. They're going to be tackling skills development right here. This is the main plenary hall, okay? So I think Caroline Okiro and Geoffrey Ochola, they'll remain right here. So skills development, you'll remain right here. And then the room just through that door, that's the next room right there, which is Savo Room 3. We're actually in Savo. That is Savo Room 3, right there. Through that door, not through the wooden ones, but that open space right there. You will have Joseph Obama and Grace Washori for enterprise development right there, okay? So enterprise development, you'll cross to the other side. And then we also have downstairs through that last brown door, which is open, the wooden door right there, where we're going to have green financing, and Njambi, Kitawi, and Titus Karanja are going to be at Lenana Hall. We have a number of ushers who will guide us to those rooms. So ladies and gentlemen, again, I'm going to repeat that. Right here, we're going to remain with skills development. Into the other room, we have enterprise development, and right below us, which is through that door, we are going to Lenana Hall, and that's green financing. I'll invite you to please be up on your feet and start moving. The first 5 people to get there, I am told, big gifts waiting for you. Thank you so much for keeping here. It is only 60 minutes of your time. Once we'll start clocking it down, then we'll break straight for lunch after the breakout sessions. Thank you, so very dangerous. So please, keep on moving, keep on moving, keep on moving. as you're moving, we'll request that if you're remaining here, please move to the seats that are right here in the middle, and just move to the front seats kindly. If you're remaining behind, so that the rest can move easily. You can move. Yes, we are certain that you can move. If you're remaining right here for the skills development, we are requesting you to move to these seats and just maintain these middle lanes right here. Tafadhali, kindly, if you do not mind. Remember, through the wooden door is to the green financing, which is downstairs. The ushers will lead you, and the next room is enterprise development. Again, if you're seated at the back, the seats, you'll come back to your seats, but for now, I request you to move to the front, kindly. The seats are going nowhere. They'll be waiting for you when we get back, but just, yeah. Thank you. And let's maintain these middle rows. Those guys at the far end, let's just maintain these middle rows so that we can concentrate and give it an easy time for the facilitators of this particular part. Thank you. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I was over there and I was not responding. Now I know what it feels like. Thank you for coming in large numbers to support the skills development agenda. My name is Caroline Okiro. I have been providing technical leadership for this process, for the skills and also overall, and it is very interesting to find that we are in agreement in terms of what is required for this agenda. So please help me to say hello to the person next to you, because I would have done it myself, kindly. So for this session, we're going to do some interaction and some presentation, some panel. I'm going to ask us to please take a bit of time to load on your data, because I'm going to require a bit of information from us. So kindly just have data on your phone so that when the time comes, you will be able to just give us some information. As you do that, I'm going to look for the clicker. Okay, I think we are set now. If you see the white hairs on my head, you know why I needed that help. So to start us off in this session, before we kick off, I think it would be important for us to just have some remarks that will frame for us what the issues are in this skills development space. And so if he's ready, I'm going to call upon, to start us off, Sam Barrett, and he's a Chief Youth Education and Advocacy at UNEP, that's correct. Kindly come and give us some framing remarks, and after him, I'm going to ask Professor Isael Da Silva to be on standby to just come right after that. It's good for us to just frame what we are talking about. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see you all. So I'll keep this very short. The biggest challenge we have right now is speed. We need to move as quickly as we possibly can to keep the world under the safe limit of 1.5 to 2 degrees. And what we need to do that is to get young people into work with the new skills we need in the economy for the future. We cannot transition without people in the jobs with the skills that we need right now. And so 2 years ago, we had a long conversation about what more could we do. And we spent a lot of time working with education institutions to try and have better courses, greener campuses. But we felt like the education system is very resistant to change. It's very fixed. So what we wanted to do is build a new conversation with employers, educators, and governments in one room to think about what we can do as a collective to move as fast as we can to meet this challenge of pace. So we've been working with LinkedIn for the past 5 to 6 years to try and get them, who advertise 800 million jobs every day, to think about how in the middle of the roundabout of people looking for jobs, people advertising jobs, green jobs could be highlighted as a key outcome. In 2022, they introduced a really good report that we worked with them on called the Green Jobs Assessment. And there is a massive gap in the green skills that we need for the green skills that we want. And women are at risk of being left behind in this transition unless we prioritize investing in young girls with STEM. So what we're trying to do at UNEP is just to convene a conversation, because many people bring different things to the table, and we need a big table to allow everyone to sit together and have this conversation. But for me, young people are the greatest natural resource that this continent and this country has, and we need to get young people around the table talking about what they want, what they need, and where they're trying to get to, so we can use their energy and their power to drive this transition. So what we're trying to do at UNEP is just to bring a new kind of conversation with a new group of people to think about what's possible. I really want to recognize the work of many people at UNEP who I'm speaking on behalf of: Adriana, David, Alan, Noemi. Many of them have put this together, but also without ILO, without UNICEF, without Jacob's Ladder, and without this next man I'm about to introduce, things get much harder. So I think the pact at the moment is an idea. We have had commitments. It's a good start. But the vision we have is to make Kenya a model that we can export to other countries around the world. So when the next Africa Climate Summit that took place early this year in this room, we have many pacts working in many countries, getting young people into the jobs they're looking for to make the world that we have a different world to the one that we need. So without any further ado, let me introduce a very good friend. He's very young, he's very flexible, he was showing me earlier, Prof. De Silva from Strathmore University. So welcome, Prof.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for calling me young, perhaps in the heart. Yes. So I want to tell you 2 stories only. That is all. We don't have much time. One story is the comparison between Kenya and Ireland. Of course, you've heard that the GDP of a country tells quite a bit about the dynamicity of industry and how developed it is. So in 1963, Kenya and Ireland, they had the same GDP, $2 billion, both underdeveloped country, yeah? And now if you go 60 decades, you come to 2020. 2020, you have Kenya doing super fine because it went from $2 billion to $100 billion. That is growing 50 times, isn't it? It's very good. But then, how about Ireland? Ireland has a GDP which is 5 times ours. $500 billion or $500 billion. Now, the interesting thing, and that's why I wanted to tell you this story, is that how big is Ireland? 64,000 square kilometers. I believe, I didn't do the experience, but if you pick Ireland and you throw into Lake Victoria, it may sink. Now, Kenya, 500,000 square kilometers, you know, a lot of natural resources. Now, how do we explain that? Because it is smaller, Ireland is smaller, has 10 times less the population also. They are 5 million, 5 million, yes, we are 50. What happens is somebody, the president of Ireland in 1963, decided that let's change the education of this country and let's make it meaningful. Who said that you needed to have a master's degree or even a PhD in order to do research? No, you don't need. And then, in an incredible manner, they created the so-called Ireland Young Scientists. The rest is history. These kids and how to prove that the hypothesis is right or wrong, and data analysis and all those things. Guess what? They are, as I said, 5 times richer than us in Kenya, and that country is one of a top 10 country of innovations in Europe, and they have the biggest number of young millionaires because the kids go there, discover things, they use their techniques to commercialize, to advertise. So, and then their ideas are bought, becomes a unicorn. And then are bought. And then, of course, now IBM and say Microsoft and Google, everybody goes there. So that is the thing. What is the lesson we learn then? Is that if you get the young people in this room and tell them, let us go and do research and not sell ourselves or your brains to pure entertainment, because an option you have, you watch 5 matches in the Premier League, you watch 10 movies in Netflix, it's all for free, okay? And then you play video game, and you stay as you are. You are young, then you are no longer young, but what are the skills? You see, that is the thing. If the youth, decide today that you are going to do research, that you are going to develop things, that you are going to work very hard with the people who are willing and able to build you, we are sorted out. So that's why Strathmore University, I am Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation in Strathmore University, and from year one, you begin doing research, you publish, we hand money for you to go and present your paper. And they say, you are Doctor Who. No, I'm not yet a doctor. Actually, I'm doing my undergrad, but I do research, and I get things done. So that's why we are working with United Nations. I am a member of the so-called Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. We report to General Secretary Guterres. Then I've been working with Sam Bharat and UNEP. We are mainstreaming Planet in our curriculum, thanks to them working with us. And also I am, sorry for saying like this, but I am a UNESCO Chair for Climate Change, Resilience and Sustainability. And so with those ideas and tools, we are serving you. We want the youth to grow, and you see the big people who are here. They are expecting you to be committed, to be excited, to be innovative. I finished this thing because Sam told me 5 minutes, keep it short. Yes, so there is a guru of business called Peter Drucker. He says you have to do 2 things only in your life. 2, innovate, communicate. Innovate, communicate. You know, that's what I do. I have some good ideas. I go to LinkedIn and I publish it there. You know, it's free to publish, and the peer reviews are very nice. There is no problem. And people come and give me more ideas. Then I innovate again. Then I communicate. This is what you should do. Innovate, communicate. And then the sky is the limit. You will stop being an observer and you become an actor. Doesn't it look exciting? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I hope we are inspired. Thank you, Sam. It looks like skills is the golden key to unlock all of the things that have been talked about today. So we want to start maybe by hearing from you, because we've been hearing from each other. This is what we're going to do in this session. We're going to start with an exercise we're calling brain writing. It's really just telling us what's on your mind. And then we will go into a presentation, and we'll do a spanner in the works panel, and then a Q&A from the audience. So that's how we're going to handle the rest of the few minutes that we have. And then we'll do afterwards what you thought was great, what wasn't so great, and what you found interesting. So this is where I would ask us, kindly scan the code. It should open into a Google form where we just want to hear from you. You say it in 2 words? Yeah. Okay.
So hi, I'll be very quick. So another thing hindering skills development is lack of time. Like, you don't want to learn something but spend so much time on it.
Right.
And then another thing is lack of technological advancements. Thank you.
Right. You're working so hard already, you don't have time. You've already seen this, this slide before. It's how we were divided. So we were in skills, and we had the higher education, TVET, NGOs, focus in education, and then we cut across with the youth and gender issues. And then we were trying to get as much data as we could as we went. So, like we said, we needed to have stakeholder input. It was very critical. So we got a few into the room who brought others on board. We've had all of those consultative meetings for the work streams, and now we are here at this national workshop. So just like you have said, we found that there's data inadequacy. That's informational gap, and I think somebody said that. There's a mismatch between skills. That's already been said, because the demand is there, but the skills are not matching. We saw that there's need to review the curriculum and align with the demand for the jobs. We found there's a need to audit and harmonize the policies. There are many, but they may not be harmonized as they should, so that we extract from them as much as we can. There are capacity building needs, both for practitioners and for the policymakers. There's demand for innovation and information, and that's to the last point, because you can use digital technology to get the skills to people who don't have time to sit in a class. And then there was an absence of a central place to put all of our information. That came up. So you see, what you're saying is what we found, which validates those findings. The summary of these issues that we talked about is that we need data, we need to policy integrate and implement, we need to review the curriculum, and there are challenges in skills development, as we have said. There are implementation gaps in the policy, and there's need for us to innovate and then monitor and evaluate. So it looks like we know what the problem is, we know what to do about it. We are legendary in Kenya about knowing what the issue is and knowing what to do about it. And it would seem to us that if we get the data, we add onto it the policies, we add onto that the curriculum, and then we get technology to sort everyone out, and we monitor and evaluate, it would appear that that's the golden key for unlocking these skills. But we know that, you and I know that it doesn't work like that in the real world. And so that's what our panel will be about this afternoon. They're going to come and try and unlock for us what is it that stands in our way, what's the spanner in the works that stands in the way of what we know is a problem, what we know is a solution. Why do we not get there? So I'm going to invite to come on stage Geoffrey Ochola. Kindly, Geoffrey Ochola from ILO, and he will introduce the rest of the panel. Karibu sana, Geoffrey. We want to hear what that issue is that is standing in our way.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Caroline, for the presentation. I think my job here will be very simple. It's basically unpacking the recommendations that came out of the consultation. First of all, I would like to thank the team that was part of the skills development component for really doing excellent consultations and unpacking the different areas that we need to be discussing. So part of my sessions, I would also need some help from the team. So I'll be posing questions to the panelists, but I'll also be requesting from the floor at least a question that is related to that. But as you pose your question, give me only one question that you feel is of significant importance or a gap or a challenge that the panelists need to be addressing. So I'll start inviting my panelists here, and I'll start with my own friend, Mr. Gideon Murenga. Gideon is the Senior TVET and Labor Market Advisor from GIZ. I've just had issues of information. So we have a labor market expert here who is going to address the issues of data. Next, I will invite Madam Anne Kamonjo, the head of Green TVET and Climate Change Unit at the State Department of TVET. Madam Anne, a clap for my panelists, please, as they come on board. Next, I'll invite Ms. Anne Wasera Wambugu. She's the head of electrification and electricity access for the UNESCO Chair for Climate Change, Resilience and Sustainability at Strathmore University. Technology, right? From only that, the title itself, you can already see technology, innovation in itself. Next, we have Professor Ngugi Kamau, the Director, Institute of Energy and Environment Technology at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. And lastly, from our own regulator for TVET, we have Andrew To, the Technical Assistance Office of the Director General, TVETA. And so, the previous panel that was facilitated by Philip Thiago, one of the things they began with is definition of terms. And one of the things we've realized is that most youth are also confused in terms of terminologies when it comes to greening. We saw Dr. Ross speak about greenwashing and the fact that greenwashing is an issue where even businesses and companies are reporting on sustainability but falsifying information. I know Kenyans will love data. Just recently, a report showed that about 53% of environmental claims that were made by businesses were all falsified and unfounded. We've seen in so many reports companies being sued for falsifying information when it comes to sustainability, reporting on sustainable measures that are unfounded. And so for me, the first thing I'll begin with, and from my panelists, and these I'll go straight to Anne Wasera. How would we agree on definition of terms in green, especially in the greenwashing times?
Hi, everyone. As introduced, my name is Anne. So when it comes to agreeing on definitions of what green skills are, one thing we need to consider is that what is green skills today might not be green skills in the near future. Things change. They change very rapidly. And I'd say it's important to, yes, have definitions of the terms themselves, but what's most important is what skills do we need to green our economy in Kenya. So rather than get caught up in the definition of the overall what is a green skill, the question should be, what is a green skill for the Kenyan economy? To add to that, there's an importance in ensuring that what we call a green skill for the Kenyan economy is not just the skill itself. Let's say, for example, if you're training people on solar, but also the additive skills. So let's say there's some digital skills that you need to get trained on solar. So it should be like a small ecosystem that then the extra ecosystem of not directly green skill, but additive to the green skills. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you so much. And that covers the issue of contextualization, because different countries are now in the green, but we need to have a global understanding, but also as well as contextualize it for the youth so that they kind of understand. So I'm going to go to, because definitions will definitely support policy formulation, because the moment we agree on what these definitions are, what are the indicators for greening, what are the indicators for green skills, then we are able to formulate the right policies that would address skills for green jobs and also transform the kind of jobs that are available within the green sector. So, Anne from the State Department, what are some of the obstacles that we might face in terms of policy integration? And previously you heard from the Governor Otichilo that we don't need to, develop new policies, but refine the policies that are available, harmonize them, but ensure that these policies also we more focus on implementation of policies. So what are some of the obstacles that you feel will face, and as well as speak to, what are the best practices so far that we've seen in Kenya and other places as well.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. My contribution to that is, as our governor said, we have very many policies. When we were going through the work stream, we went through all that we've done in Kenya for the last 10 years in terms of policies, and even most recently about climate change. But we realized some of us did not even know until when we started searching that those policies were there. So what does it tell you? It's what Prof said. We have things, but we don't communicate. At what point do I know what the Ministry of Environment has come up in terms of policies? At what point do I know what the Ministry of Labor has in terms of green skills policy? So I think this particular workshop was so key in trying to bring us together to know what the left and the right hands are doing. And I think that is where our span of whatever we are doing is that we have what it takes, but we don't know. It is there, but where do I find it? Who tells me what is there? And I think that's the necessity of this workshop. We try to come together and know what each one is doing, and then we move forward.
Thank you so much. And looking at that, because you've mentioned several institutions that then are involved in policies and how each one of them have different policy frameworks, but do you also think that there could be a little bit of resistance, and these I would pass it on to Prof, because you also work in the same space in the environment. Environment is part of the institutions that you work in. So, do you think there's a little bit of laxity or kind of resistance from different institutions when it comes to policy? But how then do we effectively, engage stakeholders towards policy reforms and even harmonization? Over to you, Prof.
Thank you, Geoffrey. I'll start by saying I think we are in agreement that there is no shortage of policy, and it is the fact that we have no central body that collates whatever is happening in the various institutions, and that is why I feel that. What Jacob's radar is doing is very vital. I have also seen that in their mantra, they are talking of being bold. And what I would say is that the people that are supposed to implement policy do not walk their talk. Let's face it, we had a governor say that, a former governor, for example, say that he can change the course of a river so that a house can stay in place. But guess what? That same former governor has been appointed to the commission for Nairobi rivers. So all I'm saying is that we are not walking the talk. And the minute we start getting the potential that the youth holds, because it is the youth are the present, they are also the future. And if we don't give them the space to take care of the future, because they can do it, we keep on recycling the same people. I was very happy with Governor Otichiro when he said, we keep talking to ourselves. I am not a youth, but I integrate with a lot of youth on day-to-day basis. My students, I'm happy I saw Sunaya here in the morning, who is one of my students. I know there could be many others in our space. And I'm saying that, for example, at the institute where I'm the director, we deal with all these green issues. We look at the renewable energies. We look at the e-mobility. We look at greenhouses, for example. So it is not for lack of skills that we are here. it is how to bring them on board so that everybody knows where to get them and where to use them. Otherwise, just as we don't have shortage of policy, we don't have shortage of skills either. It is where you want to get them that perhaps we don't know. We are also ready to train if given an opportunity. So I hope I have
and
long and short.
And Prof, you bring a very interesting angle on participation of youth. And right now we speak about meaningful youth engagement when it comes to policy work. And maybe just a little bit, and this is a follow-up on the same for you, what are some of the strategies that you've enhanced within your institution that has really involved youth on this policy framework? Because most youth always complain that, policies are put in place and they are not even involved from the word go, and so they miss out even from the co-creation perspective.
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey. Unfortunately, we are not involved in policy formulation. We are used in training for skills development. And we derive that from the policies that the government makes. So we want to align our programs as per the policy. And I remember I think in 2016, when this issue of education for sustainable development came, we were asked to align our programs with that. And we looked at our curriculum and actually put in the issues to do with education for sustainable development. So what I'm actually saying, even for these green jobs skills, if the universities, for example, are charged with that, it will not be very difficult to align our curriculum to that. We respond to policy, we don't make policy.
Thank you so much. And now going to curriculums as institutions, and I'm looking at you, To, because as TVET as an institution, you accredit curriculums, you ensure that the occupational standards are developed in the right way. So I'm just looking at what are the gaps that you've seen in terms of curriculum development within different institutions and the different curriculums you've been able to accredit. Are they all aligning to, just transition?
Okay, thank you, Geoffrey, for that point. TVET Authority mainly accredits or reviews curricula for training, for skills, especially in the TVET space. And as we do that, we have developed standards and guidelines that guide in this curriculum review. In addition to ensuring that curricula that has been developed is able to bring out the core skills, some of the things that we look at currently is ensuring that this curricula responds to the to the trends, to the current trends, especially on issues of sustainable development. We've had, like you said, challenges. The speed at which we review this curricula or reform the curricula is slow, as I think that is where the challenge is. So we need to actually ensure that this process is the process of review of the curricula moves in tandem with the market demands. So the challenge is uptaking of the skills that the market requires. We still get curricula that would still want to develop those traditional skills, but we envisage a situation where this speed, the curricula developers from agencies that develop curricula, from our national polytechnics and all these, are able to uptake the new trends in the market. I'm happy that the PS Ministry of Labor mentioned that they've developed a strategy and even have committees. And we hope that in that strategy, the green job strategy, they have skills. And we expect that these skills could be picked by the industry. They now be able to develop occupational standards that lead to development of curricula that now addresses what we are talking of. So that would be able to address such kind of challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And he mentions issues of labor market information, and I understand, Gideon, from some of the work that GIZ has done, example could be the skills development in the green economy that was implemented even in South Africa. And I'm just thinking, as GIZ and just drawing from best practices that you've done so far, what could be these best practices when it comes to linking the labor market information with the curriculum development, but also drawing from the fact that resources are constrained? How do we address some of these issues?
All right, thank you, Jeff. I think you've rightly put it that labor market information comes in very crucial in terms of decision making for various occupations that young people can be able to transition into. Because the labor market information means there's a process of collecting data, there's a process of disseminating this data. So looking at the context of what are the new jobs that are required, particularly in the emerging green sectors, for example, what are the changing patterns in the jobs? Which jobs are becoming obsolete? Which jobs are now required in the labor market? So the labor market information comes in very handy at that level. When you look at career guidance, for example, it also provides information that supports career guidance. As young people, you're able to see these are the new, for example, skill areas that are coming up. These are the new competencies that are required in the labor market. So they're able to advise and support. And I think that is also an element that we need to enhance a little bit within our system, because a lot of young people now are getting confused in terms of which course areas they want to choose for their lives. Basically because there is no structured guidance on how, which areas are most important, are more promising for them. We are talking about the emerging green sectors, which has an array of many job opportunities, looking at waste management, looking at energy efficiency processes in industry. So quite a number of array of jobs that come in handy. But, we now remain to a situation where we rely on role models, perhaps to inspire young people to take some careers. We remain with, decisions being made by parents. We remain by looking at who are the people who are making a lot of money in the country, and you say, I want to take that profession. Or somebody just wakes up today and says, there are no plumbers in this country, and everybody goes into a plumbing course. In 6-7 years, you have 5,000 plus graduates from the plumbing sector. What does that mean? The job is flooded again. It affects, it leads to wastage of time, wastage of resources. So labor market information comes in very crucial to be able to address all those gaps.
Thank you. And moving to Madam Anne, collection of data, when you get labor market information, it's important to, disseminate, have, systems in place where this is collected and, stored. So 2 things there. First, what are the challenges that come with this collection of data from your perspective as a policymaker, but as well as how do you enhance, data security in that matter? Because one of the things that has been proposed is having a repository. And this is sometimes issues of data collection could hinder different stakeholders from sharing this information. So how do we enhance that?
Okay, Jeffrey. Currently, I would say that the green economy space is, as we said in the morning, is a new shift, it's a new change. And so most of the training that has been taking place in terms of content, in terms of pedagogy, in terms of even assessment, is very different when it comes to greening space curriculum, especially in curriculum delivery. And so what I would say is that in the market, we need to get that data. What are those green skills that are needed in the industries? We don't have that. We don't have that database. And as institutions, as a State Department, as the Minister of Education, we are like grappling in the thinking, oh, today, which area do we go? We go to waste management, we go to tree planting, we go to renewable energy. But we need to collect that data from the industry and know exactly what does the industry need, because it's about these students will get into the market. They'll get into those industries. If we just produce without knowing what the industry is all about, then it will be very hard. So I think the issue of data is very, very key. And this repository, if we are able to get it as one of the outputs of this workshop, it will really do a lot of good for us, because you're able to know what is out there. Then from our side, the suppliers of these skills, we're able also to look at what competencies, therefore, do we develop for whatever the industry would have provided for us. So that data is very critical, so that we do a data-driven strategy in greening the curriculum in both basic, TVET, and also in the universities. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And just for Anne Wasera, I'm looking at you because just recently Strathmore had this conference on Africa, green hydrogen, and you're thinking about a hub. So that's technology, that's innovation when it comes to energy. And top of mind is, one, access to technology for the youth, especially looking at also youth in the frontier counties. And two is on the challenges that also arises with the advancement of the technology within the spaces that we have. You know, there's infrastructure and all that. So, and I think Sela mentioned in the morning on the fact that we have very few green hydrogen engineers. And so we have a hub. We are looking at putting in place a hub, but we also have these challenges in terms of technology. So what would you say? What are some of the things that Strathmore is working on around this?
So I go back to one of the statements I made at the beginning, which is, what skills does Kenya need? So it's one thing to train engineers, and then it's another thing to miss the fact that engineers work with people, right? For every one engineer, you need around 3-4 technicians. So just to give an example, in green hydrogen, one of the biggest problems we have right now is the lack of welders. There's all this different, the technology relies heavily on welding for different, let me say, for different implementations of maybe pipelines and stuff. The same problem you'll find in solar. So one of the things I study at Strathmore, Professor Da Silva there is my supervisor, is the adoption of solar and how it's happening in rural communities. So if you go to rural communities, you find that most of the technicians for solar photovoltaic systems you'll find them in Nairobi, but you'll not find a lot of them in rural communities. So what do we need? What is Strathmore doing? Number one, first of all, identifying the problem. There's a big issue in problem identification, because you need to, and this is a big problem with engineers, right? You need to talk to engineers and technicians to know the problems that engineers and technicians have. And a lot of times, most of the decision making will be done at a policy level, and there's normally like a sort of barrier in communication between the technical people and the policymakers. And what we're trying in Strathmore is to bridge that divide, to help, let's say, for example, me as an electrical engineer, to help the electrical engineers that are in the ecosystem, because I study the electricity ecosystem, to find ways to communicate, for example, the regulator and other ecosystem actors. And for green hydrogen, the same thing. Trying to see, on one hand, there's all these different skills, whether it's welding, whether it's, because if we go the geothermal way, for example, whether we need geothermal, people working in geothermal systems, what's needed on that front, and then what do these people want to communicate, and what is it that, how can we put that information in a way that policymakers can actually understand? So we work closely with a lot of policy organizations. Most closely, I think, for us is the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority and the Ministry of Energy. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And to Prof, Now, as a training institution, we know infrastructure is a challenge. How have you navigated so far that space?
Thank you. That's a short question because the answer is that we haven't. In fact, the universities have been starved of funds. And I'm not holding brief for the universities, but I was surprised to hear that there is a lot of money in the green jobs market. And I don't know where that money is because it should be channeled to the universities. Because we are also in the green jobs market. Because if we are the ones training people in solar PV, people in biogas, low carbon, mass mobility, electric vehicles, compressed natural gas, and so on. We are also the people training, I dare say, the hydrogen engineers, because that is just a specialty. If funds are channeled to the university, give us another 5 years and we will give you hydrogen engineers. So my question is, where are those funds? We don't have the infrastructure because even the little researches we do, we scramble for funds. We write proposals to get funds. The promise by the government to give 2% of the budget for research, I don't think it has been actualized. So I think we don't have the infrastructure. We have depended on donors, like in JKUAT. If it were not for JICA, perhaps we would not be running as well. So I'm sorry I may not be very kind to our government, but I'm not holding brief for them. But the universities are really starved of funds. So we don't have proper infrastructure, but we make do with what we have.
Yeah,
as Kenyans,
thank you so much for the honesty. And it got me thinking, and I'm looking at Gideon here, very big proponents of cooperation learning. How so far have you been leveraging on that as well when it comes to the green sector, but as bigger component of just industry participation?
Thank you so much, Jeff. Yeah, so one of the things that we are trying to advocate within a project in TVET is what we call dual TVET, or dual learning. And this brings together the industry and the TVET institution in terms of developing the curriculum. That means the curriculum is, addresses the issues of what is required in the labor market. So you are training skills that you'll be able to apply immediately you get to the labor market. So the industries come together with the institutions, they do the curriculum, they design the training implementation program, they roll out the training. And one of the results that has come out of this is that students spend a minimum, so the design is that students spend a minimum of 50% training in the industry and the remaining time in the TVET school. So that means the training in the industry can go to as high as 70%. Ideally, it's for purposes of ensuring that once you go through the training, you can easily integrate into the labor market. Coincidentally, all the students who have gone through the program have already been employed because you train much more time, you spend much more time training within the industry flow. So the industry is coming in to provide a lot of support in terms of mentorship, in terms of training, in terms of addressing issues of practical training. And this is also helping us to understand that a notion that has been existent for a long time about the negligence or how we have been neglecting TVET system, because a lot of discussions around the country, it will be basic education and university education, but we have forgotten the important role that TVET plays. All of us want to be graduates. We want to get good jobs, white-collar jobs. We want to work in offices with certificates looking for jobs, but we don't want to be job creators. A lot of the people create jobs. Our biggest percentage has shown that they come from the TVET system, the highest percentage. So if all of us will get our good certificates, wear nice clothes, sit somewhere nicely, and just complain and say there are no jobs. Who is going to create the jobs? So one of the things this model is helping, that it is generating more of job creators, because only job creators can be able to help us expand our job space, so that then our absorption capacity can increase. And this comes from this interaction with the industry, because they get to get an opportunity to innovate. They get an opportunity to come up with new ideas. They get mentorship. So they are able to have that mindset of starting new ways of doing things. And what we are telling a lot of young people now is success knows no one path, and university is just one way of it. I think we are surpassed with time. It's no longer about that degree. It is no longer, everybody now has a degree, but everybody is looking for a job. Everybody is looking for a better job. So who is going to create the job? We don't expect the jobs to come from space. It is us who need to create these jobs. And if we don't focus on the skilling areas, developing skills, tapping onto the opportunity, for example, in the emerging green sectors that we are discussing about here, we will still complain and complain and complain. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that speaks about employability for the youth. And we are having this conversation, and this gets me thinking. And I see our time is up, but just 2 more minutes. I want to end to you specifically, Andrew, because I know all this talk, there has to be a measure, an indicator of success. And so trying so much to understand how do we measure success and what the challenges would be in terms of monitoring the success of the different programs that will be put in place under Green. So how do we really measure success?
Thank you. I think success would be measured on the impact that all this, what we're saying, would be able to create, the impact that it will create. If we're talking of skilling, when we skill or take through the youth or the people who are desirous to get skills, they acquire the skills and they actually transit to the market. How do they transit to both formal and informal sector, and what are they doing in these sectors? So the success would be measured greatly, I would say, by the impact that these skills would create out there in the market. I think maybe in the interest of time, let me keep it short. Absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely. And lastly, Madam Anne. So what would be the obstacles that would face in a thinking of that we want to put together a legal monitoring and evaluation framework?
I think one of the obstacles that we really have is the mindset of the people in the sectors. They need to realize that grading space is here to stay. It's the new norm. And so we have to come up with tools of knowing how do we assess. Like now it's rained for about a month. All of us are swimming everywhere. So the issue is, how do we, for example, after this, how will we measure the impact of the floods that have been there? Those are skills that I'm imagining my students should be having, and innovatively to see how should they have addressed this case of flooding. So I think the issue of M&E is very critical. We have to monitor so that whatever we monitor and assess, that is what we'll use next time to address the same problem if it occurs again. So we need to have a framework for M&E so that we're able to evaluate situations and see how do we move from there as we develop our skills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to wind up, I think a parting shot, just 1 minute from each panelist. What is this key thing that you'd want, as take-homes for the participants? I start with you, Andrew.
Okay.
A minute.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll still go back to that, the picture that we saw about education being the key to success. And Madam Amsa Saif added that TVET is the master key. But I would say acquiring the right skills actually is the bottom line to this success. So we hope that we work together to ensure that both in Tibet, higher education, we actually restructure our training to ensure that people acquire the right skills, and therefore we'll never see that kind of the placard that we saw here. Thank you.
My parting shot would be, when you think skills, think formal. That's the people who will be able to comply with the policies and everything that we set apart, and the people who will be able to afford an education, even at a TVET. And informal, the people who will learn on the job, who will find a skill accidentally and figure out ways to help even the people in the informal space, not just the formally trained ecosystem.
Thank you. I think my parting shot is to laud Jacob's Randa for the initiative that they have to put across, because I normally see a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of energy in the youth, especially when they are given an opportunity to exercise the skills that they have learned. But I think we don't put our money where our mouths are, because we do not fund those youth to showcase their skills. So I'm quite happy about this initiative, and if it is taken up by government, I hope Anne is the closest we have to government. If they can take up the challenges that the skills that the youth acquire, be it in the universities or in TVETs or wherever, and then they are incubated to get fruits out of them, because we have a lot of ideas, but they are never brought to fruition. Thank you.
My parting shot would be, there is hope in our education sector, with the issue of now having competency-based training, and also in the primary section. We have CBC, and now rolling to the universities. There is great hope, because these competencies is very easy to bring in green skills through CBC and CBET, because you just look at a certain competence. If it's a waste collector or a waste picker, you just look at what they need, and then you're able to develop the competency, and when they're able to be competent, you just award them for it. So there's a lot of hope in the sector, and I believe with what we've started today, if we actually actualize it, we don't, it's quite to workshop na tuende. After the workshop, the work should begin, and we should do the main work of implementing what we're saying today. So there is hope, that's what I would say. And our youth, be more innovative and open-minded, and get out of the white-collar jobs and come out here into the green space. There is so much, and we will work together. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think for me, my parting shot is that there's need for all of us to focus on awareness creation and skills development. And we need to embrace this so that it can be able to foster a sense of environmental stewardship in all of us, so that we become advocates of sustainable practices in whichever place that we exist or where we work. A very typical example, now we are having a very serious issue on flooding. Everything we do around urban planning, if we have been involved in any way, riparian land, those are discussions that we know, floodplains, all these have been encroached. It has reduced the chances of, us being an urban center to be able to manage floods, for example, and we are seeing the effect of it. We have moved into green infrastructure. We are now developing the gray infrastructure. The gray infrastructure means that the water cannot penetrate, cannot be absorbed on the ground. It has to flow. This water is flowing one side. It causes flooding downstream. all of us have been involved in one way. We have constructed a lot of things around our homes, making them neat and nice, pavements and so on. Perhaps they are contributing to one way or the other to the challenges that are being faced. So if we are all aware and we become conscious and we become ambassadors and advocates of environmental, mitigating environmental impact, then we will be able to save this country big time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think that's it with my panel. Hearty clap for the panel, and apologies for taking time. As you've seen throughout the day, skills has been mentioned a lot, and that's why we took more time. Thank you so much for listening to us, and we keep engaged.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panelists, for just opening our eyes to what could go wrong. We would have had time for Q&A, not only what could go wrong, but also how we could solve it. I think collaboration is an answer to many of the things that we have discussed, and that's what we are doing. This is the beginning of a process that will continue from here onwards, and you will be involved. As we said before, stakeholder input is very, very key to us in this process. So because we don't have time for those questions, I think now we have a QR code that will actually work. Please try it and confirm. Please tell us there what you agreed with, what you didn't agree with, what you found interesting, or any other feedback. Somebody please confirm to me that it has opened. It's okay? Right? Excellent. So please just give us your feedback there so that we are able to get your questions and your comments on this skills development space. We are going to include them in what we are going to use to go forward with. Kindly, all put your thoughts in there. So thank you very much. I'm going to now just hand over to Abel to take us into lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much. Let's appreciate her. Let's appreciate her. I'm beginning my coffee. Come on, let's appreciate her. We might need to keep the QR code for a little bit longer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. I want to repeat that. It's time for lunch. Thank you very much. So keep the faces smiling. We'll use this door to the tent. Right there, right outside, where if you came in the morning, there was breakfast up there, all right? We're coming back at 2:15 to do the last part. I'm telling you, at 2:15, it's going to be a very short program, so we invite you back. Kindly do make sure you make it back. And again, we invite you also as you go for lunch, please do pass by EB, and they have their bikes outside, so you can actually ride a little bit and get a touch and feel of how it works, kindly. So again, thank you for keeping it here. Please do enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 2:15. And make sure you pass through the exhibition tents, and if you can't ride, we invite you at EB to ride a bike. Thank you. Fantastic. Good. So we're going to start the next session, but we're going to start it on a high, on a very good high, so that we keep it nice and easy. Very big high. So I'm actually just timing for those guys who are at the door to come join us so that we can start this next part. I'm just timing them so that we can start. We just make sure that they just walk in and then we start this next part very swiftly so that good. So I'm going to invite you to do a very simple activity with me. If you're not having a neighbor, then this is going to be a very okay. Oh, all right. Good. I'm just trying to make sure that I tick. Right. Good. Fantastic. Okay, Henrik, give me some music, and then we do this activity together. So I'm going to invite the expert in this part. Ola, please join me right here. Ola, join me right here. This is only 10 minutes of good work. Ola, please do join me right here for a quick one. Okay? So if you're seated next to someone, even if you are alone, hold their right hand. If you are alone, assume. You can hold their left. Don't make them twist so much. So just hold. You guys are doing a good job. Wow. No, just hold like this. No, you can hold the other one. You really, yes, that. No. With the other hand. It must be good. Fantastic. So the next thing I'm going to ask you is to raise their hand. That you're, no. You can hold the one right to hold his left, good. And then you are right to hold his left, good. So we lift those hands up. Fantastic. Then please join your hands. Please be up on your feet. How is that? All right? So this next activity is going to enable us do something called dessert after lunch. Ola, take it away.
All right, thank you so much. Show some love for MC Abel one more time. And then, if you're really looking good, look at your neighbor. If you're looking good, look at your neighbor. Tell your neighbor. No, you can do better than that. Tell your neighbor, you're looking good, but I'm looking better. So get another neighbor. Tell your neighbor, you're looking good, but I'm looking better. So I want us to stretch kidogo. Put your hands up. So my name is Hypola. I'm a dance instructor. I'm a hype man. I need us to break a sweat right now. Sindio? All right, so to the right, and to the left, to the right, to the right, and to the left. Put your hands up. Now, this is ba, and this is bado, and this is bado. You got it? Let's go. So ba. Bado. Oh, no, where is bado? No, you can't do that. So bado. Oh no. Just appreciate yourself. Keep picking up a coffee one more time. And now, whenever you're ready, Henrik, DJ, Karian, I don't know if you're ready. Ready? All right, so put your hands up. I need us to dance. I want us to dance right now. So look at your neighbor. If your neighbor is not dancing, pinch your neighbor. So put your hands up. Twende Green KE, put your hands up. DJ Karian, Henrik, put your hands up. Hands up. Now, very easy. Put them up. I need it to move right now. Move. Come on, clap with me.
We are a chosen generation.
You know the song, sing.
We've been called to show His excellence.
All I require for life, God has given me. And you look amazing. Chini, take it now, let's go.
We are a chosen generation.
Very easy.
We've been called to show His excellence.
All I require.
Put
Put your hands up right now.
am.
Now to the side, go.
He says I am. What he says I am.
Go.
Where he says I'm at.
Now, this is very easy. Let's go.
My hands, your waist.
Pull up. Shake your neighbor, shake your neighbor, shake your neighbor, shake your neighbor. Put your hands up, DJ Korean and Rick. Pull them up, pull them up. Candle, candle. To the side, to the side, to the side.
Black Market Records.
Clap your hand. Nice. Now, do whatever you pull them up.
My hands, your waist.
Go.
My heart, awe kunani kuna kuna.
One time.
Kuna kuna.
Candle.
My lips, your lips.
What?
They touch, they kiss. Kunani kuna kuna.
Now.
Kuna kuna.
Follow me. Go. Go. One coffee. You have the summer. Oh yeah. Go. Go. One coffee. Everybody say. Oh yeah.
Gota tena stream. Gota tena stream. Gota tena stream. Imakwela tena. Gota tena petit ina.
Now very easy, let's go.
Tena selector. Nini zona chesa tumeshindwa na mboka wesema twekea Lexa lege twende rusha mkono mbele ni mbele na
chukua chini
aluta ina onjoka wet fry na rainfall za kizim na zimekuka kwa maiko chingri with the big baba kwa disco ni msapereka ngata 8.
I need us to go down right now. I need us to go down right now. Let's go.
Sitani aliandama.
Go.
Nomano nilikimbia.
Go.
Katika ajili ya baba. Ukimwona nitasimama. Sitani aliandama. Nomano nilikimbia.
Karibia.
Katika ajili ya baba. Nikimwona nitasimama.
Let's go.
Wanipa nguvu kama Samson.
Go.
Na niko na uwezo kama Solomon.
Dance with me.
Nina dance kama David.
Go.
Na niko na imani kama Shetani amejaa niko na Yesu. Hawezi nitisha niko na nguvu. Shetani amejaa niko na Yesu. Hawezi nitisha niko na Sidumba ya Yesu sidumba. Sidumba niko na sidumba.
Pull go.
Ilibidi niokoke ndo niwashe jiko. Siko kwa kanaliti juu niko rich. Ulimi bado ridhe risasi zipo. Mistari bado kali na mizani zipo. Sibaki simple kama A-E-I-O-U. Rudia mara twice A-E-I-O-U. Kati tingi za kati na cha.
I want to see your hands right now.
2 fingers in the sky. Kunja gumi to the side.
Make some noise. When I say twende, you say green. Twende. That's it. When I say twende, you say green. Twende. Put your hands up right now. Thank you, DJ Henrik. DJ Korean. 1, 2, go.
Ilibidi niokoke ndo niwashe jiko. Siko kwa kanaliti juu niko rich. Ulimi bado ridhe risasi zipo. Mistari
You cannot take our lunch and you think you'll go home with it. We are finishing it here.
Here.
Yes. Right
in
here.
the hood.
Yes.
In the hood we say.
Yes.
In the slang word we say.
Asapa.
Asapa.
Asapa. When you're ready. Yes.
So stretch your hands right now. Both hands.
Both hands. Both hands. We are finishing in style. Both hands. If your neighbor is not stretching their hands, it is not your problem. It's the colon. Both hands. Don't stretch them out.
Stretch them.
Like you want to give you eco-friendly gift. Yes.
Amazing.
Yes.
Amazing.
Good.
So my guys are okay. I don't know if your guys are okay.
I mean, are you guys okay? Do not embarrass me, okay? Okay.
Are you guys cool? You're good?
Yes.
You guys are cool?
Yes.
Amazing, amazing.
All right. 2 hands out. Karian. What you did in Europe.
Stretch them, stretch them. Stretch them out. Now, very easy. Just bounce. Bounce with me.
So many reasons where I want it for you.
You guys look amazing. Bounce with me. Bounce to the side.
See all the little good things you do to make me know.
Bounce to the side.
This distance is taking it home.
Now, add some energy on it. Let's go. Go. Bigger. Go. One time. Okay. You had it. Pick it up. Why are you chopping music? Don't chop music. You don't chop time. Put it up. Now, I want you to take 2 hands to your head, to your shoulder, to your waist. Now you join me. Kata, 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 Karian Lolo. Kata, 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 Karian Lolo. Okay. Kata, 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 kata mpaka chini, kata mpaka kwa kiti, kata, kata ukishakaa, kata. Let's appreciate Hypola. How was that, ladies and gentlemen? Was that good? Was it good? Yeah. Should we do it one more time? Like in Nairobi has rains. I don't know if we'll keep you here until it rains. You want Ola back, right? Yeah? You want him back? Can he come back? Are you fasting? There are people who are very serious. So I'm sorry. It is how good we do our programs right here. It's not me. Why are you mad at me? We plan well. We give you good lunch. We make sure you eat a whole chicken alone. Then you make you sweat it here. Ladies and gentlemen, to move it ahead, just like us to go on, and I'll quickly call David Rubia, Mr. David Rubia. Mr. David Rubia, please join me on stage for our plenary session. Let's appreciate David Rubia. They are so ready for you, sir. They are warmed up and everything. Pick a seat, pick a microphone, and take it away.
No, I'm not a hype man. I wasn't sure I was in the same meeting. But thank you so much to Hype or Libya Africa. I've never sweated so much at a workshop. Thank you all. My name is David Rubia. Everybody went quiet. It's only music that makes you guys make noise. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So timer has started, so it's telling me to get it going. So I've been asked to give a summary of the conversations that's been going on at the session on finance. And it's very hard to do that when you're out of breath. But I think that's the whole idea of this dance-a-thon, is to get us to just get over with it. Maybe I'll start with the 3 commitments, just to rehash them, because it's important for people to keep remembering these. The finance stakeholders came together after many consultations, and they identified, there are many things they identified, but the 3 that they said are the very most important things to do next. One is to do a mapping, a finance mapping of who is financing what, so that people generally have an idea of which players are financing what. And the second one is a very important database or directory of both expertise in the, be it sustainability field, and also people who have received funding in this field, because right now there's lack of knowledge of who has received what. And this database will be the beginning of what might eventually end up being like a CRB, if you will, for enterprises that have received grant funding. And the last one is an integration between players who have been in the traditional finance space, the banks and what have you, but then also the new age stakeholders, the ones in the performance space, so the venture capitalists, the grant, and all those kinds of people. So to bring an integration so that they create this pipeline of finance where you have opportunities for entry level, growing concerns, and the so-called Fortune 500s. That's sort of the recap. But there was, I would say that there was an appreciation, and this is over the many consultations, that there's a language barrier essentially when you talk about finance. It's really a language barrier. Finance people don't necessarily speak sustainability, and sustainability or green enterprises don't necessarily speak finance. So what we first need to do is create this interpretation, this language connectivity. And there's many things that could fall under that. There's need for businesses to have good paperwork. I think I'm going to spit out some quotes I picked up today.
Finance assumes risk, data counters that risk. So if you don't have good data, good paperwork, good black and white that you can give to show the separation between yourself and the business, you're not going to be able to convince finances to get, or finance institutions to give you resources. There's need, obviously, on the finance side to review how risk is evaluated, because there's a risk perception, so there's need for evaluation of risk algorithms. There's need for more patient capital when it comes to green finances, all these things that are going to be able to now bring about that language barrier, or break that language barrier. There's, before I continue to the next point, there's a need to include the quality of proposals on the business side, and also to articulate good business cases, good business models. One of the things I really liked hearing today, Fidelis, I told you I'll say this, is that I've learned today that banks give you money when they are absolutely sure that you don't need that money. And if you think about that, it makes a lot of sense. If you look like you need that money, I need that money, it is a risk issue. So they need to be able to see that the business needs the money, not you need the money. There was a very interesting conversation about banks are not necessarily set up, and a lot of finance institutions are not necessarily set up to fund ideas. And that's part of the problem here, is that going into green economy, circular economy, the green space, we're starting out with ideas. So you walk into a bank with an idea and you're like, I need money. The bank will be like, well, we fund existing ideas to grow. So we need to know where to channel ideas, and then also how to grow them when they come out. I think that's where it came up that people should think about looking at friends and family exhaustively, and crowdfunding and things like that. A new term was coined today, throwing business showers. So think about that one, throwing business showers. Then there was an interesting conversation from counties about how devolved engagement on climate change is. Actually, at the ward level, there are committees that are very inclusive, very down to the rural level, of people thinking about climate change and climate enterprise. And these need not to be delinked from this work. Banks, the banking sector, the finance institutions, the development partners need to look at them. They're already set up. I was really blown away by that. There was two or three last points. One is an appreciation that global climate resources flow too slow. I think anyone who's in business looking for climate finance or development partners know it takes 2-3 years to develop good proposals, and then money still takes time to flow after that. So we need these lifelines to flow faster. And the same thing with information. There's a lot of people like somebody made a comment about the very county we are in here. We're having these good conversations on finance, but there's people maybe a stone throw away who are completely unaware of this conversation. How do we, one, make sure that this information gap is reduced, and also that the information bottlenecks are reduced? I'll stop there and buy you some time, but two last things. One is that being very blunt here, is that we need to be careful about creating an addiction to soft money or grant money. When we do have enterprises that receive grant money for specific things, we need to know how to be able to channel them into the commercial space so that they start becoming commercial concerns. The reality is that sometimes we may be breeding enterprises that are addicted to grant money, and they just bounce from grants to grants to grants. That's something we need to do. I'm reminded of a tale I had, a joke, of somebody who goes to see his financial advisor. And the advisor says, I have some bad news and I have some worse news. What do you want to hear first? And he says, I'd like to hear the bad news. And he says, the bad news is you have 24 hours and all your money is gone. And he's like, what? And he's like, what's the worst news? I was supposed to tell you this yesterday. Then he says, so wait a minute, you're telling me all my money is gone, really gone? And he says, no, it's with someone else. So I think the moral of the story here is that when we talk about lack of finance, it's a bit of a misnomer, because the money is here. It really does exist. It's just that it's not moving from this corner of the house to this. There's a lot of resources. We need just to now figure out how to break the the walls between this osmotic barrier here. I'll stop there. I think I'm very excited about the finance, the work that and I have to recognize my partners here from Kenya Bankers Association, Cusco, the Association of SACCOs, FinTech Frontiers here. There was somebody from Martin from KCIC. We had Beatrice from Palladium and a whole bunch of other people. Those are the ones who are on the panel. Thank you very much and help me in joining giving them a round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate him one more time. And now, summary of the outcomes. We'd like to invite Geoffrey. Geoffrey is now here. Okay, then I'll...
Hi, everyone. I will keep this brief so that we can dance before we head out. Sindio? I am delighted. I am absolutely excited, not just by today's outcome, but by the commitment that I've seen over the last 3 months and the increasing commitments from various stakeholders and different people that want to play a role moving forward. And so before I do my vote of thanks, I'm going to ask everyone in the room, and for those who are not here, I'm still going to ask that question on email. How do you want to participate in creating green jobs for the young people of this country moving forward? Because for those who know me, I'm not about conversations. This was to get us off the ground, like warming the engine. We're about to get into the place where our sleeves are going to be rolled up, and we will track the numbers of jobs that are being created. We will align and mainstream the skills that need to be capacitated, or the skills that need to be created in the country as well for young people. We are grateful for the support of government and all the various stakeholders we have on board and the many more that are going to join us. And we are committed to not make this another echo chamber or just conversation. You have my personal guarantee and the assurance of everyone who's spearheading this initiative. And so I'm going to give us a few minutes. Last time you get to use your phone, we're trying to be techie, with the young guys. Please tell us how you want to participate moving forward. There'll be 3 questions on the screen. How do you want to participate? Do you want to be part of the people creating or designing the legislation? Do you want to help the finance team to distill what the finance framework would look like and the ecosystem, what areas need to be improved? Or do you want to be part of the hub and contribute towards that design? Specific commitments that we made today, we'd love to know from you as an individual how you want to be engaged moving forward as a young person, in the development space. For those of us following us online, I know you feel left out, but it's the same question to you guys. The Slido and the QR code is on your screen. Please let us know how you want to participate now that you understand where we're starting from. I'll give us about 2 minutes to do that. You're probably an innovator, and you want to access funding or help financiers design instruments that are relevant to us as young people. Young innovators and entrepreneurs indicate that. Be very specific on how you want to engage moving forward. I'm sure we are quick, so if you're finished, please raise your hand if you're done. Okay, these are the Gen Zs. David will give you 1 more minute. We're trying to be accommodative. see, even the dance styles were accommodative. And while we do that, so that we can save on time, I'd like to say that we are developing the summary of the outcomes today, and we'll be communicating how you can access them for you to be able to get a read through, because I know a lot of us were asking us for the commitments that were signed here. If you want a copy of them, please stay close in terms of communication. Allow me to start by first thanking the Green Jobs for Youth Pact, led by UNEP, ILO, UNICEF, Go for SDGs, and the other members like LinkedIn, who are not necessarily represented here today. They have been amazing support and leaders in this journey and continue to be, especially in the skills work stream when it comes to design of the hub, to support the universities and TVETs in terms of establishing the hub. You'll hear a lot more of that either through the media, or if you stay engaged, you will hear a lot more on that. Specifically, I would like to appreciate the team from the Pact: David, Rubia, Naomi, Alan, Mariana, Helen. Thank you so much. You've been amazing. Thank you to everyone who has been extremely active in the work streams, the likes of Grace from Andy, Somo. I could mention all of you, but I will not. Anne from TVET, State Department of TVET, Strathmore University. All of you have been amazing. University of Nairobi, the different partners, Titus, and the work that you've been doing in the finance work stream. Kenya Bankers Association, all of you, thank you so much for being engaged. We really thank you. I'd also want to thank the government. Of course, they're not here, but they know we appreciate them and we're in this journey together. Some of the state departments were represented here today, some were not, but we are in this journey together, and so we're grateful for that. And for everyone who's working behind the scenes, I'd like the team to wave from behind. I will not mention you, but wherever you are, please wave your hand, and let's give them a round of applause and appreciate them. Really, really appreciate you guys. And in closing, I'd like to thank God, because my personal worldview is that everyone is influenced and inspired by something or someone. I am absolutely, undoubtedly, unreservedly inspired by God. And everything that I do and my team does comes from an energy that is supernatural, if I was to put it that way. We absolutely believe in the potential of this country. When the Green Jobs for Youth Pact approached Jacob's Ladder to say, we'd love to work with you guys, we see what you're doing, they would attest that we've gone above and beyond, because for us it wasn't another gig. It was the very core of our mission, to help the young people of this country be elevated from where they are and actually have hope, because we have so much potential, but it's trickling to just a few, and that narrative has to change. I have some of my young people from Mathare, from Kibera in the house today. They're the ones who were screaming when it was Gengeton time. So I absolutely love those young people, and many more across the country, and we're doing this for them. All of us, we're doing this for them, but on a personal level, I'm doing this for them and the likes of them. So I'd like to invite the MC and the hype man back on stage. As they walk here, we're actually done. What we're going to do is we're going to give you giveaways. Every one of you. We're going to give you giveaways. So UNEP was kind enough, or UN was kind enough to give us the notebooks. You have pens. We have a lot of giveaways. Please don't leave without them. The ushers will come around. These are things that we are committed to making sure that they are used. You're going to get a pencil and a pen together that has seeds inside. It's raining. Please go and plant them somewhere. Find a strategic place and plant those seeds. Yeah? We gave you a wristband. How many of us got the wristband, the Kenyan wristband? Please wave it in the air for me. If you didn't get it, we still have more. If you got it, please don't go back for another one. But we still have more. That was a sign of the fact that it's a national workshop. It actually means we are committed to the future of this country. And so on your left hand, you have the Kenyan flag. On your right hand, you have seeds that show the potential of this country. Thank you to all of you for making the time to stay on in spite of all the challenges that have been, of course, going on in the country with the floods. We do stand with the families of those that have lost their loved ones, and we pray that even as we work towards creating green jobs, that they will translate to locally led solutions at the grassroots. Please join me in saying a word of prayer. Father, we thank you today. We thank you for an amazing day in more ways that we have seen with our physical eyes. We commit this process into your hands, understanding that ultimately, Lord, a lot of activity can be done, but it is you that brings the increase. And so, Lord, we pray that even as we give of ourselves in our different ways, oh God, to changing the trajectory of this country, of shifting the direction, rather than waiting for our leaders, taking the stand to be the leaders that we are wherever we are, doing the impossible every single day in our own small way. I pray that everyone who's here and those that left earlier, those that have connected virtually, that every single one of us will connect to something that is higher than us, that we will be inspired to continue our work. We will be inspired to go the extra mile. We will dedicate ourselves, our time, and our resources to make sure that this does not become just another activity or a process, but that it translates to tangible outcomes and a model that can be replicated globally. You've raised us as leaders. We yield ourselves to you that our leadership would have an impact, not just for this generation, but for generations to come, to the glory and the honor of your holy name. Amen. Thank you, guys, and God bless you. Over to you.
Let me finish my invoice. I want to finish my invoice. Thank you very much, Sela. Let's appreciate Sela. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end. It is not in protocol for me to talk after her, so I'll invite you, please do not go without our giveaways. We still have them. The ladies, are we passing them around? Please, we have pens. Be polite to plant the trees. Sana sana watu ambao wanapenda pilipili, kuna ya pilipili, nimeona ya pilipili. Sisi ambao tunapenda spicing our own food. So yeah, we have pilipili, we have basil, it's so much like basil, whatever, that one, we have it. So you'll get a pen, please make sure you do. Again, thank you so very much. Are you ready to dance as we walk out? And please, before you leave, make sure you interact with any exhibition point. We have quite a number right there. I've just talked to a lady who was here, and oh no, they are very good with finance. You make sure you talk somewhere there. If you have an initiative, you need to talk to them. And have you ridden any bike by the EB guys? Yeah, please try and enjoy it. You can't live with it. The compound, it is not yours. Return it to the dock, then go home on your feet. Holla. All right? Please be up on your feet as we finish in style. Thank you, so very dangerous. And make sure you receive a cadeau. There's a gift coming to you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Karian, Hendrik, who's playing for us. We have wonderful DJs down there. And then Taki and Johannes Tech Team. God bless you guys for making us sound international. There we go. Ola?
Yeah.
It is your time for you to earn your keep. Me, I'm going home. You make people dance.
All right, so let's finish in style. Let's wrap up in style. So in case you're seated, kindly, naomba tusimame. Just stand up kindly. Thank you so much. Let's finish in style. Different energy, different level, new energy. All right, so if you can see me, clap once. If you can see me, clap once. And if you can't see me, clap twice. Oh, Jesus, Jesus. If you can see me, clap once. And if you can't see me, clap twice. I'm that dark. All right. So if you can see me, if you can truly see me, put your hands up. Let's finish in style. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Kila mtu weka mkono juu, weka mkono juu. Asanti. Weka mikono juu. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. So back in the day, this is how we started. Your hands up, hands up, hands up. Back in the day, DJ Henrik, Karian, ready? Let's go. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up right now. Pull them up. Pull them up. Pull them up. So back in the day, put your hands up, put your hands up, Put your hands up, put your hands up. Nairobi!